Hello, hello. All right, good morning. Titled Tuesday starting pronto. Ever, ever, ever. Thanks to the 4 months. Hello to Aiden. Morning, ever, ever, ever. Morning, free fly skydiver. How's everybody doing? Hey, Picker. I'm trying to follow in your footsteps, Mr. Iceberger. Trying to have a good tournament here. Okay. Here. It's happening. It's happening. It's an annoying line, this one. I think, at least. Knight d2, h4, not much there. Knight d2 probably forces that. I don't know if that's good or bad. h4, bishop back. There's also knight g4, but he does have bishop g7, so not super effective. h4, g4. Is there anything there? f3. Don't think that's so good. Knight b3, there's going to be b6. Could play bishop d3 there, though. I mean, he has to play b6. That's for sure. Hey, Brendan. Morning, Wild Hacks. Good morning, Bagels for Brecky. Cozy Blanket. Chelsea Morgana. LeBrad James. Jeez, f5. It's too early in the morning for moves like f5, I thought. Oh, we had a rule. I thought we had a rule. I think this can work out for us. Looks a little fishy right now, but I'm only saved by the fact that at least it takes a little bit of time for that guy to actually reach e4. If there was a knight ready to pop in there right away, it might be a more immediate problem. Okay. Do we want to trade light squared bishops? I think the answer is actually yes. Whatever. And knight wants to be on d3. That's the magic square. But gonna have a backwards pawn here, and at some point I feel like a knight of his is going to reach e4. Yeah. Just take. Probably just go back. I think it's a long castle angle. Rook d1, maybe queen h5. f4, we go knight g4. A bit annoying. All right, we've just about woken up here. Jesus. Go to battle. Game 1 battle. Well, let's change this title here. Okay. Hello, Bucko Bonsai. Ah, yes. Emote only. Here we go. Let's release you guys for 15 seconds before the next game starts. Lolscat, thanks for the 20 months, tier 3. Morning, don't call me lab. Bucko Bonsai, thanks for the 22 months, and it was good to see you on Kick yesterday, albeit brief. You found us, Bucko. That's what matters. 14 months from Meta World Chess. 37 months from Bibamon. It's okay, Bibamon. I mean, you know that, but on your own time, bud. It sounds like it's so close, but maybe it's in the perfection stages, you know, where it feels like it's so close to being done, but you just want it to be perfect, so. Yeti Boots, thanks for the 13 months with Prime. Alice59, 8 months with Prime. Conglossian, 43 months, tier 3. Appreciate you, Conglossian. And thanks again, Bibaman, 37 months. Good morning to Vlab. Hello to Soldier Neil. Always do better with emotes. Well, the nice thing about emote only is I was kind of running out of things. But luckily, presence of emote only means that if I do poorly, we can blame emote only. If I do well, we can blame the chat. So it kind of creates a situation where, once again, your streamer has excuses on deck. Mm-hmm. Drop the bishop. I don't think this was really the idea. I think it's more like that, but I'll still drop the light square bishop for now. $39 months from Chewy Boudros. Thank you. You know, I think that might be true, Loafs. That's why some people in this chat just, you've always thought to this day that your mod application was thrown out or ignored. But ultimately, it's because we knew there'd be a world where mods would be allowed to speak, but nobody else. Only VIPs and mods. So we have to have some of our worst chess players as moderators. That's the world that we've built today. Not sure about f6. Looking a little meh. We could try to do something like takes bishop c5 and then like d4. So do we go bishop e3 and d4? Or do we just go d4? Because d4 will be met with what? This? No, it's not in time. Here. No, that should be good for us too. I think this is the idea. Yeah, but then this happens. Yeah, not so clear here. Not so clear. 59 months from the Hippocrates. Thank you, buddy. Ooh, Queen D2. He wants to go here. I get it. I get it. He also wants to support this. So if we go Queen B6, is that a little annoying or no? He goes, yeah, then he just goes Rook B1. One sec. Yeah, that's not it. That's not what we want. Need like queen here or something. Stops this. Puts pressure on that. And now G5. Suppose he's gonna sack, actually. Yeah, no, let's wait with that. Let's go here. Suppose it would have made sense to maybe defend that a little bit. So let's start with this. Wait a minute. We didn't even see Rook F6. It didn't even occur to me. Rook H6, Bishop G6. Kind of a problem. Queen was hanging, but this is winning anyway. All we needed to do was blunder. Once we blundered, and he blundered 7 times. We just had to blunder once in order to unleash open the floodgates. We blundered to let him know it was okay. You know, we're playing a game where that's allowed. I don't think he knew that, honestly. I don't think he knew that. Like, the way that we were playing up till there, it was as if he thought that we weren't allowed to blunder. He was playing so well, it's almost like he didn't understand the rules. So I had to blunder to let him know, hey, it's okay. You're allowed to do that. Once he got the memo, he said, oh, wow, this is kind of fun. I'm going to do this every move. Yes, we definitely were T. Kepler. We definitely were. Questionable. Questionable. Devious Coconut. Thanks for the 20 months, buddy. Thank you to Devious Coconut and Luke Robo Kappa. We talk about big resubs. Luke Robo Kappa definitely has one under his under his belt right now. 84 months. 84. That's right. 7 years. Impressive. Very impressive. New sub badge. Thanks a lot, Luke, for the support over the years. Is that a score prediction there, Free Fly? Because remember, we can't get ahead of ourselves. 2 out of 2 has happened before. Let's not kid ourselves. Don't think that this has never been seen before. There we go. All right. We may have to put the chat back in its place now. In you go. Speaking of being put in your place, I'm really going to enjoy this game. I forgot our rating is like 100 100 points lower than it has been over the last month of joining Title Tuesdays. So the pairings are a little different. You get paired up as early as round 3. Knight c6. E5. If d5, knight d4 seems like the idea. And, you know, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight b5. Maybe wins the pawn, but gives up, I think, too many dark squares for my liking. But we can go here, right? Bishop back. So now I would say d5 is definitely the intention. The annoying move. Knight g4, bleh. Now it's like the bishop wants to be on e2. Don't think there's going to be a good way to answer this. Yeah, this looks a little rough. It's almost like c5. It's really bad though. Lots of moves I would say are quite bothersome here. Specifically these ones. Yeah. Bishop d4, knight b2. So not going to be bothering with that. Gross. Here, I wasn't sure about that. Probably a mistake, though. Should have invited the complications. Taking and taking was no good, though. Unfortunately, we would lose material. Can barely move. Nah. I don't think there's moves. Takes everybody here. Queen c1 is lost. So if we can't actually take any of the pawns, here we definitely had a pretty okay position. Definitely not too bad. I just forgot that a3 was such a strong move. Oh, we need to release the people. Like, it didn't really occur to me what he was doing until too late. Like, it looks like queen f2 makes a threat you have to deal with. Then I play a3, but to be honest, if I play a3 here, I don't think my position is that bad. We'll play like this. He has some weak pawns. It's definitely much worse for me, but not more than a pawn. Like, the imbalance is a pawn. I don't think my position is worse than that. It's just a pawn down. It's not like a pawn down plus an attack, not a pawn down with compensation. Just a pawn down. But now it's a pawn down with an attack and tactics. So obviously I knew we were lost at that point. So bad timing. Didn't really pay attention to the a pawn because obviously we just play a3 and we're worse, but our fists are up. Still fighting. This was the real culprit. Yeah, bishop c2 is just bad. But here, I don't really like... Oh, now bishop c2. Yeah, I don't like allowing c5. So, for example, queen d2. This with c5 happening, I am not a fan of this. Maybe it's okay, but... somehow it looks wrong. What can we do here? Bishop b1. f5. Knight takes. Takes an f4. Ugh. Ugh. This looks a little disgusting. Yeah, but this position it already has serious problems with it. So yeah, we're already in a situation that we can't really fix. Because basically your pawn should never be attacked here. Usually the bishop is on e2. But the setup that I went for, the knight was on e2, so there's no way the bishop could have been there, and the knight just recaptured. So now I'm dealing with this, and it's like, yeah, b3, for example. It's just so much worse here. Yeah, there's no moves. Queen e2, I would wager as well that just knight takes, knight f3, bishop takes is very good for black. c6, bishop back. Just simple and good. Don't like any of these positions. Huh. As soon as the positions get open, I feel like they're just bad for white. Like even c5. Seems like there's a lot of problems with those positions. 0.5 seconds on the clock, and the opponent's pawn is about to promote. That sounds like my title Tuesdays, honestly. That's a pretty good summary right there. Okay, what are we doing here? Uh, he's doing something like that or that. Hmm. Hmm. These positions could use some work. We don't want our rook to be stranded out there. I like this, though. Feels multi-purpose. Can I not take that? Getting hit with this? No, we just double our rooks. E4 here. Very important pawn to win. Very important pawn. Position is still very tough. Even after all that. You know you got a tough position when you win a pawn, and doesn't get much easier. It's like, it's really important to win that. Probably so that I'm not clearly worse. We still have to fight in this game. Okay. We like a thinking king. Just here. We have h5, so should be a problem. I was not buying this whole thing he did. Queen e4, rook h1, queen c4. It's like, okay, once I play h5, then should be winning. Should be winning. Okay. Let's update that title. Let the people out of jail. It's a break. Oh, it might be time for me to go get a coffee. My eyes be droopy right now. Rob, thanks for the year. I think so, Rob. That's the goal. So the people have been talking about. The whispers have been about more than 6.5 today. Sunbro TV, thanks for the 16 months with Prime. Panda Pack, 35 months. Thanks, Panda. Almost 3 years. Good morning, J Bell. Hey, Daglerson. Ever. Still here. Sup, Buck81. What happened at the end there? Just the only people that you'll see hang like peace at the end of a game, and it's happened twice in this event so far, are CMs. That's just, it's a very specific breed. Thanks for the 57 months, Carbon DSM. I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be right back. I think we have a break right now. Yes, at the end of round 4. These games will probably end in a sec, but I'll be right back. It's coffee time. We have 3 out of 4. Not bad. All right. See you in a sec. BRB. All right. We're back. Hello, Tim. Hello, Vetus. Good morning, friends. Oh, man. This coffee is much needed. The vibes are right, Arcadius. You pronounced them so. Pranav has 4 out of 4. God damn, he's strong. 39 months, languished lobster. Thank you for the resub, languished. Hey, Capong. How's that Stonewall treating you? Morning, Spenny. Hello, Nova. Feel like the crowd is out today. People seem to be active, energetic. Like everyone except me, I mean. I'm just following the chat's vibes. Have we started yet? We have Bazmaniac. Oh no. Now my opponent's gonna release a video. I waited 19 days to get my revenge. He saw the content I put out. He's back and angry. He made his rating the exact rating it would be to get paired against me. I'm no fool. I see what's happening here. I've been targeted. Pairings are too tough as a 2700. I think it's worth getting 2800, so you just stay playing CMs the whole event. This is a lot. Okay. Me not knowing anything about what's going on. Meanwhile, Buddy's playing instantly. That's not what we like to see. That's not what we like to see. Yeah, the Flowey emote is a kick exclusive. We're not going to add it here. We don't want to simulate the experience. Got to keep it authentic. A3. I mean, I don't even mind doing this, but I'm going to wait for now. So this is a problem. Yuck to the move, knight g6. Yuck to that move. Lonely Winter. Thank you for the raid. We don't like anything that's happening here. There's 44 people here that are going to bear witness to a pretty rancid loss. Let's go here. Takes. Ouch. I'm gonna convulse at this incoming position. We're gonna have to take here, right? It's brutal. Yuck. Oh. Okay, never mind. We resigned. My bad. Forgot that was a move. No. We resigned. This is just me being stupid. Totally forgot that Rook D1 was even available when I played this. That's like no problem. So otherwise, I may as well sack a pawn and do something like this. Maybe this one. Black's fine here. Clearly worse. Bad position, but you can do something, but no, we just completely forgot about Rook D1. Position is it's like +3, +4 without being down even a pawn. That's how bad it is. But I knew we were gonna convulse at the incoming positions. They were pretty bad. Yeah, I played king takes because it looks so obvious to bring the king in. But apparently that's just incredibly wrong. Rip. Oh, people are still emoted. To be fair, I suppose it didn't help to not have a sip of the coffee we just went to make. It's almost like I feel that having a sip of coffee, or it's like I think that making the coffee counts as having a sip. It's like, yeah, I feel energized. I made a coffee. It's like, I haven't had it yet. It's not making a difference. Yeah, emote only, that's right. B6? Well, I think the issue is that I'm forgetting about Rook D1, right? So, like, B6 doesn't really matter. It's that this move is happening, and then this move is happening. So, it doesn't matter how I defend the pawn. The point is, here, I can't defend the pawn, because that's coming. So. But this position, I thought should be very manageable. I really underestimated how bad it actually was. But that being said, I did say this would be an awful position, and I was right. We had no real clue what we were doing here. Yuck. Just slightly worse. Whole game. Ugh. Ugh. Is that a recent YouTube vid where I played this guy? Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning of the game I said, now he's going to make, and this was me saying it before the result of the game, because we already had a feeling that he was going to make a video saying, I got my revenge on this Grandmaster after 19 days. So I think we might be the subject of a brand new piece of content. Trust me, it didn't take long for him. Coacher, thanks for the 31 months. Must be really weird to raid into like an emote only stream. It's like, it's giving cult vibes. Hey, see, you've got the hang of it, Tim. You're already better at titling videos than I am. Exclamation mark cult. Oh yeah, update title here. Can't be leading with false advertisement. 3 out of 5. Pranav has 4.5. GM. Not a GM. What the? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. No, no. What? Where's my like CM pairing? I didn't sign up for this. Y'all have the wrong individual. The 84. Interesting move, interesting move. Okay. Just try to get rid of some pieces here. Here, E5. We have to watch this pawn, but I don't think it's a problem. Take. Okay, we are up a pawn here, so. Has to be reasonable. This knight is much better than that knight. Oh. C4. It's kind of a problem. Maybe b3 would have been a bit nicer. Hmm. C4 is nasty. Nasty. Definitely not going to be better here. Definitely not going to be better here. Man, C4 is so annoying. So strong, so strong. We were as tricky as possible. And we'll take it. We'll take it. We kept our pawn to the end. She could have definitely traded the pawns if she wanted to, right? G5, I mean, it was available like 50,000 times when the rook was here. So, I mean, it's definitely not winning. Just move the king, and eventually, if you want to simplify the pawns, you play G5. But for some reason, I was allowed to keep my pawn the whole game, which was just good. Fortunate. That's the word. We are, what, 4 out of 6? 4 out of 6. Hello, chicken pants. Androx upgrading. Look at that. Upgrading the chess.com membership using the affiliate link. Whew. Was it correct to go for F3? Probably not, but what am I going to do? Not fork? With 1 second on the clock? I'm a simple guy. I see a fork, I take a fork. I think 10 times out of 10, with the exception of maybe 1 out of 1,000, going for the fork would be the correct move as opposed to not. So, I'll take the risk. I'll take the risk. Heavy Kevy's back, huh? Such a great name. Heavy Kevy 613. It is a really top tier name. Heavy Kevy. Thank you for the $7. Heavy Kevy. You guys have to say your hellos quickly, because you get put right back in the cage. You only have a limited amount of yard time during Title Tuesday. Fractalm, thanks for the tier 3. 31 months from Fractalm. Appreciate it a lot, bud. Tim and CP have paid off the warden. Getting some extended hours in there. Okay, knight f5. I mean, obviously here we need to take. I'm reconnecting. Eh? Eh? We refresh. We shouldn't have refreshed. Chess.com. Danny? Hello? We still live here? Type Keck W if other streamers are also disconnected. Is it just me? Am I the only one not online right now? It's just me. What is this? My my game. Hikaru's DC. Is that confirmed? Is that confirmed, Tim? Is that our official Hickey update for the day? Guys, Hikaru's disconnected. Let's fucking go. Woo! Yes! That means it'll get restarted. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Nice.
Nice. Nice. Maybe
Let's go.
I can get it if they restart it. Hope so.
Nice job, everyone. I think everyone did their part. Getting Title Tuesday canceled. We had a big Hickey update from Tim as well.
Well, the main update we're missing from Tim is his Berlin flight. Guy's been real slow there. But the Hickey update's good.
He's giving J-Bell vibes, eh?
J-Bell vibes. Some people have said that. That's true.
We'll have to take Tim below deck and...
Flog him?
Yes, flog him with the... the paddle. The Saint. Thanks for the 75-month resub, the Saint. Heavy Kevy's back in chat.
Oh, I screenshotted the username.
Just some fucking great
but
stuff.
I didn't send it to Kevin because he's depressed right now from trading.
Okay. Bad time. Oh, a draw. Professional result.
Did you offer it?
No, like it was proclaimed. Proclaimed drawn.
Normally, is that a new thing?
Must be.
Because usually somebody forfeits the Shaw Gambit.
I am always ready to play that gambit. But the game doesn't even show up in my history here.
Well, last time this happened...
there should be restarts in order. What about Pranav? Justice for Pranav.
I've played Below Deck on stream, I think, when this happened one time.
Oh, really?
Well, just like they canceled it and doubled the prize fund for the next event. Do you think that's what they're going to do?
That's true, yes.
Set some lines?
Yes, double it and give it to the next person.
Yeah. Buddy! How you doing?
I think Buddy Pranav should be launching a protest. Weren't you having a good tournament, Buddy?
We'll have to launch it on behalf of him. I don't think they'll... he needs to bring in the legal team.
Yes, maybe a Chessbrah underdog Title Tuesday, so that Pranav can get his early TT win. 4.5 out of 6, not good. No, but that's not the story we're gonna tell, Pranav. When the tournament gets canceled, we need testimonial that everyone was having a great event. So I'm gonna need you to revise your story. 4.5 out of 6, a fantastic result for you. One of your best Title Tuesdays ever. Yep, I would be okay with that. Beam me up, Snotty. Splitting the prizes. I think there was about 550 people in, so I don't mind splitting a few bucks. Yeah, no Buck 81. Awful. Abhorrent Title Tuesday. The thing is, they don't even have like a... You know, they used to have chess.com official coverage. So you'd get to see someone panicking like Canty or myself or, you know, some of the guys hosting. So then you could check in what they were actually planning on doing. But now I have no clue.
No. We're in the dark.
I want to stay in the dark with the chat. I don't want to ask.
Hey, Bibaman. Hey, CP. Hey, Lolly. Lolly, you coming to Europe for the meetups?
It's back? Like Title Tuesday is back? Or what? Or just like the site?
There's no way. They gave it
Title Tuesday? Next round starting soon.
No, there's no way.
What is this?
No, but that's great.
What's going on here?
Somebody's gonna complain, and that's great.
Wait, so where am I? Pranav has 5 out of 7. Did everyone just get a draw?
Oh, Messi Marv is here. How you doing? T353 Monte Marvin.
Wait, everyone got a half point, I think. I'm at 4.5 out of 7.
Socialism, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. We all get the same.
We all get the same.
2200s and the 3000s. I like this. Means I can start being hungover during this event.
Hickey gets a draw. The CMs get a draw.
Yes. CM Roy and Hickey in the same group photo.
Maybe we should do this for every round till the end of the event. We have to update our score. Yes, 4.5 out of 7. Wow, they really did just keep the event going.
Good luck.
Jeez. We're gonna have to put that back in emote only. How the hell can they do that? I had a nice game there. That's a scam. Launch the protest. I should have more than 4.5 points. This is ridiculous. What the hell? That was going to be one of my best Title Tuesdays ever. Rough, guys. Very rough. We'll play knight f5 on bishop here, I think. Queen d7 castle. g4, I'll probably play that. Rook b1, interesting. I think it's for bishop back. Oh, I was wrong. Queen c6, I don't know if I want to allow that. What takes it anyway? You be joking me. What kind of high energy is this? Holy smokes! Rook takes c4. Huh? What the hell is that? Okay. Wow. And my opponent just offered me a draw. I mean, this is crazy. I'm being disrespected here. Go with the queen. D6, huh? Really? I don't buy it. here, and then the idea is this and this. And the bishop is just not ever touching the pawns. Should be over. A5, whatever. A5, whatever. F6, rook here. I'm sorry, but your bishop has never been worse than it is right now. It's never happened. We're not going to take and allow the bishop here. We're going to go rook here first. Important. Okay. Is this the last item on our grocery list here? Just doing this? I think it is. We could also maybe go like that, but I think just clarifying things in the middle is all we need to do. Okay. Our king always has a escape square. Go here. Maybe this for safety. This pawn is not gonna queen. No, no, no. Say it ain't so. Quite easy. Quite easy, in fact. And this pawn just goes nowhere. Alright. Finally, we'll take it. Mm-hmm. No. You're not gonna make me fail this checkmate, are you? Not in front of the world. Slippery king. Yes, 5.5 out of 8. Yes. We should have 6. We should have 6. We've been robbed of half a point. We all know this affects me the most in this tournament. Not Hickey, not those other 3,000s, but me. I have been disrespected the most from this horrid glitch. My half point matters more. We were gonna go for the record. Sravan, you lost a full point? Wait, really, Sravan? I thought everyone got a half point. Was that not the case? Oh, so wait, did Hickey take an L? We need another Hickey update. We have a break anyway. Or it's not GM Hikaru, that's his fucking stream. Okay. Ah, Hickey took an L. Was this from the disconnect? Huh? Wait, what? This ain't no disconnect. Well, actually, Hickey disconnected in this position. This was the one. No, Hickey got a draw, yeah. Must have been some other guys who took L's. This was the draw. From the disconnect. Right. Oh. No, this is... Oh, guys, what are we talking about here? Hickey was lucky. No, he was lucky. Look at this. I mean... minus 0.8. He got lucky. He was lost. Easily lost. Completely worse. He got lucky to get a half a point. And then you have a look at Amon fucking Hamilton. And you see this draw here. And you say, okay, let me take a look at that, you know? -1. Clear advantage. I was robbed. Guys like Hikaru are getting bailed out by the servers, whereas myself, in a clearly better position, I deserve 0.75. Give Hickey 0.25. This is not right. This is not fair. Just complete robbery. Hickey knew he was going down. He said, you know what? I'd rather crash the entire server. Better than facing the music. Katonka, thanks for the resub there. 30 months, Katonka. Dusty Bottoms, half a year with Prime. Beam me up, Snotty. Gift in a sub. Thank you, beam me up. Spenny with 100 bits. Yeah, you know you guys can get around emote only by resubbing or donating bits. Did you guys know that? Just like anything in life, it's only a paywall. No rules, only paywalls. Hojangles, thanks for the 2 months with Prime. 6 wicket, good to see you. 38 months, tier 3. Are we going to see you on our EU tour 6 wicket? Wouldn't happen to have any business trips to EU in July, would you? or be a VIP, yeah, it's cheaper to send 100 bits per message though, Chicken Pants. I think you well know. Nowhere near us? Ah, that's unfortunate. Although you seemed, there was a hint of happiness in there on your side. It's like, where are you guys gonna be? EU? I'm in a different continent. Far the fuck away from you. Far away from you delinquents. Bad influence, bras. We'll have to get you to the next SLOWBRAH camp. Yo, Beebs, thanks for the 19 months with Prime. Messy Marvin, 53 months, tier 3. 1,000 bits from Chicken Pants. 3 degrees, 26 months with Prime. Super Spencer, thanks for the Prime for 4 months. Eliante Drip, 5. 3-month resub. Scene Kerrigan, thanks for 20 months with Prime. Larissa, 25 months. On to year 3, thank you, Larry. Noah Sheesh, 25-month resub. And Lucheco, thanks for the 10 months. Luch. Thanks, Lukey, gifting a Captain Micmac. We're on a short break right now. I was just talking to 6 Wicked about it, but hopefully you guys are starting to get your tickets together. Exclamation mark tickets. Yes. Looks like this. Have you been here? Have you visited this page yet? If you're joining the EU tour, or if you're in France, nearby, this is the first stop, July 7th. We're going to be at this awesome venue called eSpot Paris. Going to host a live stream there. I'll be commentating in person. Going to do, it's only a €10 ticket. It's more for like head count and making sure we know who's there, etc. And so the venue can keep track of people. So it's more of a formality. But yeah, €10, it's pretty much nothing. But it's in Paris. We will be in France, July 7th. This is the first stop. It'll be a lot of fun. Doing a sub battle with Blitzstream, some other fun chess team events. If you've been to or heard of our Tulum chess camp, similar vibes for sure. But I don't think I've ever met Blitzstream or collabed with him in person. So reminder that even if you are in Paris or you're planning on joining multiple parts of the EU tour, you do need to still just grab a ticket, a head count ticket. And you can do it right here. Exclamation mark tickets. See? I start talking about tickets, and all of a sudden, I sold a minute of my clock. Hopefully someone buys a ticket. Guys, if you don't buy a ticket right now, this will be for nothing. Can someone buy a fucking ticket? Just one of you. Make it worth it. If no one buys a ticket, I just lost a minute. Oh, fuck's sakes. Please, someone buy one ticket. Just one fucking person out there. Buy a ticket, please. Make it worth it. Let's sell one ticket. That way I can tell them, you know what? I'll do anything, door to door, to sell these. Even during my Title Tuesday game. I'm doing the old, you can't castle, ha ha. We'll see how it works out. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's kind of what I was thinking. Right here. And we have to do it. So, knight here, king here. This is the annoying part. How do we play that position? Kind of works for him. Doesn't deserve to, though. Queen takes d5. Takes. Queen takes check. I mean, fuck it. We ball. Uh-huh. You didn't tell me about this move. It's like we have to take, but not really. I just lost. There's no move here. Oh, by the way, go me for calculating. You know when you calculate a line and you're like, yeah, I'm not sure if this is actually winning. Wow, pat on the back. The line I calculated was winning. Now, the line I calculated was a stupid line to calculate because it wasn't the best move. But we calculated the winning line. Wow, way to go, man. So fucking talented. It's like sitting here and going, I think queen b7, queen e8, I think it's winning. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh, fucking pat on the back there, bud. Missing the good move in the position. But how am I supposed to sit here and believe in this nonsense? So apparently, these are mostly best moves. Oh, we literally clicked emote only mode at the same time, the truth. Do you see that? Disabled and enabled. Emote only. We gotta work on our timing. How long has it been together? 5 years? We still don't have it down? Damn. b4 and bishop a4. Only move. Only move for white. And it's, you know, based on this, right? But after this, black's intending that. And I'm supposed to understand that this is better for white? Guys, you know, it's my fault. I must have missed this line. Yeah, no, this was, I should have seen this line. Should have seen this. And I should have known that in this position, despite 2 bishops for a rook and 2 pawns, that white was actually standing slightly better. Should have seen it. It's my own fault. Damn. I can take the heat for that, you know? I don't mind taking the blame. This is a draw. Very much a draw. Hello, Nitsid Prime. G4 is the way. I'm not sure if, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure if white's actually trying to win this game. Oh, Ariantari has 7 out of 8. And, okay, he's unfortunately lost. Let's go, buddy. Let's go, big brah. Oof. It's a tough position. He flags. Unfortunately, he's going to have 7 out of 9 now. But actually, if he won that game, he would have been tied for first. This guy's now tied for first. Big Dennis. With only 2 games left. No, but the last game was a troll. I was trying to sell tickets. Did anyone get a ticket? Be honest. Did anyone get a ticket? That'll make me feel better about a chronic L. Did I sell 1 ticket? Because I just lost the Title Tuesday game by sacking half my time on the clock to tell you guys about our Paris tickets. Sravan, you're coming to France? The answer is yes. If you're, if you're spending the time, effort, and money to come to France in person, or if you're already there, I'm hoping that the 10 euro fee is not going to be too steep. It helps a lot when you're organizing events, especially with other venues, for them to have a... oh, here's someone named Sina. Sina Movahed. Yeah, there we go. Big Iranian. Unfortunately, though, he just kind of got dicked on here. Oh, this is a cool game because he actually had to do the checkmate. He didn't, like, sack for it. So black should just play h6 here, but he's a Chad, and he wanted to demonstrate the mate, so I respect him. I respect him. Well, that's what the tickets are for, Sravan. They're for our sub-battle in person. Oh, he messed up the technique a little bit. He definitely did it in a funny way, but he's got it. All right. Couple more games here. Back to emote only you go. The Truth ICC says speed. Okay, The Truth. For you, buddy. For you. Interesting. 92. At h5 looks slightly disturbing. We're going to stay on pace with our opponent. If he plays fast, we'll play fast. He plays slow, we'll play slow. We got to stay... I got to be doing what he's doing. Whoa. Big time move from a big time player. We want our king on g7, I think. Of course, our rook looks a little bit funny. Here. We'll play bishop d8, Chad. Okay. Put the knight there, go for c5. I think take with this pawn. We take this way, it just goes d4 again. Actually, takes, we have this. Then he plays queen f3. Not so simple. I can't castle, by the way. I need to play slow. Yeah, he knows I can't do this. It's annoying, huh? Knight here, we can play that. Okay, goes here. I'm pretty sure c4 is the move, but it might just get too closed. I still can't castle, which is more annoying than you might think. Gotta make a move, though. Stay on pace with him, as we talked about. This doesn't look as annoying to deal with as it might seem. Should be nice for black. Okay. Perhaps this. Now, definitely this. Oh, he's getting desperate. He's getting desperate. Starting to chuck things left and right. Okay, he's threatening a whole lot of nothing. Just double. This was a decent move last turn, winning the rook. Decent. Only decent. Let's go here. We haven't lost any of our pizzazz. Still in a good spot here. This looks good. Just taking a brief second. Here, and then take, and then... Yes. Big last game. Because now we're at 6.5 out of 9. But we all, or sorry, 6.5 out of 10. But we all know that we should be at 7. We got robbed of a half point. Let's not forget. And we all know we would have gotten that extra half point and then proceeded to have the rest of the tournament go exactly the same way against the exact same opponents. We all know that's how it works. So we should be at 7. Very important last round. Oh, Big Aryan is battling here. Go, Aryan. Go, buddy. Clawbarino, thanks for the 9 months. Vince 3, thanks for the 4 months of Prime. Slomka01, 38 months in a row. And Irish Chesticles, 56-month resub. Why, thank ya. Can't tell who's playing for a win here. Okay, nobody, as they should be. No, not King C3. Careful. King C3, Rook D3, draw. I think you can check and check again on D2. It's another... You can check here, yeah. Obviously, black's not going to take it, but... And now black has the... Yeah, this position is well known to be winning. Here we go. This was Adriatic. Pretty nice set. Let's play this for our last game. All right. Last game. Remember, if we finish with 7.5, it's really 8. There's going to be an asterisk right beside it. It's really going to be 8. Real ones, no. Right here. A little bit awkward, right? I'm definitely thinking about this. But, of course, it's silly. H8. Interesting move. Unnecessary, though, obviously. Unnecessary. Definitely gave it some thought. Because we might get, like, 3 pawns for the piece, which is pretty reasonable compensation. And if knight a5, I was trying to get knight F5 some nonsense to work. Takes and G4. One sec. One sec. So if here, I thought we throw this move in. And then take here. We can either take, or we could go knight b1. Both moves look pretty good. C2 was the move that concerned me. This one, this way we've won a pawn. Definitely looking up. I mean, C2 I was still okay. Bishop here, we would take this pawn, but I don't like that C pawn. Now I'm feeling a little bit better. Probably this. I mean, we can do this, but maybe rook C2 actually. And eight's not fantastic here. It's not a secure square. We are up a very nice pawn though. Oh, I think this is capture angle. G4 needs to happen yesterday. Could be worse. For king, as long as it stays safe here, be all right. This one's covered anyway. it was so hard to keep everything protected. I just needed a move there. I couldn't come up with one. I know I'm doing very well here. Queen b7's a nice move. Oh, it was such a comeback down a rook. He was fucking it up big time, but couldn't come up with a move in the last second there. But we shouldn't be down the material. Problem is I missed this move. Problem is I missed this move. Hello? Like, our position is overwhelmingly good here. White's just crushing. But this move is so unnecessary. I don't know. King g2 played slow, but I honestly thought we had this, and it was okay. But it never occurred to me that even basic bishop a5, I don't have an answer to. No answer to bishop a5. If you just took the knight straight up, that was actually a big issue. And then for us almost to come back down a rook means we had some real chances there. Oh, we're still locked. Here we go. Denny, thanks for the 5-month prime. So does the over 6.5 actually hit? I wonder. Considering we were robbed blind of half a point. That will let the people decide. Bucko, an epic fail. An easy 7.5. I mean, this was a model game. It got so shaky here. Should have just taken the bishop. And then just gone here. I actually thought this was much better. Missed this. And g4 was great. Takes. I mean, all this is great. Even losing the exchange, we're better here. There's no question about it. Yeah, this is like absolutely crushing. Absolutely crushing. But couldn't improve on our usual. What a wild tournament. What a poor finish. Here are the standings. Here are the standings. Bucko, thanks for the $50. Oof. We should have done better. 6.75. 6.75. Surely the overhits. Oh, well. Where did Buddy Pranav finish? This is the important things. Check on the buddies. Aryan, 8 out of 11. Oh no, that wasn't good. You see that? I was doing a lot of scrolling. I did a lot of scrolling. I still haven't seen Pranav's name. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Why am I still scrolling? Oh my goodness. Pranav Pranav's down with me. Oh god. That's really rough for the guy. Oh, he's down with old Hambo at 6.5. Oh. My goodness. Pranav usually gets 6.5 by round 7, so this is no, that we don't even want to look at this. Me and Buddy Pranav sharing the same score is not a good sign for him. He didn't even get 69th place. But you know what we can all say? Pranav and myself, we tied for 69th. And no one can take that result away from us. We tied for 69th. That was an achievement that we shared. And I would say if you're going to score 6.5 points, you may as well get something out of it. Where did Tari finish again? He was up there. Top 20? Top 10? Top 20. 69th is good? Nah, 69th is nice. Cinemoto. Thank you for the 66-month resub with Prime, Cinemoto. You know you're an OG in the SLOWBRAH chat if you put a decimal in the middle of your sub-month number and it's higher than my Title Tuesday score. I think that's where we draw the line between OG and not OG. Hello, Chris Herrera. So there we go. That was our Title Tuesday. Jeez. Wesley was in that tournament. I didn't even know that. Hickey lost and left. We actually lost rating in that tournament, but only because of the last game. So, last game result really set the tone for the tournament. Lost rating, 6.5, 69, tied for 69th. Same score as Buddy. It all happened at once. Oh, it was a pretty good weekend there, Chris. Pretty good, pretty good. Busy. We got the EU tour coming up. Now that I don't have a Title Tuesday game to lose, I can really remind you guys and let you know about the tickets that are on sale. Our EU tour is happening in a week and a half. The SLOWBRAHs are going to France. We'll be in Paris. It's a 10 euro ticket if you're flying in, taking the train from Europe. Maybe you're already in France. It's at eSpot. It's a really cool venue. Be doing an IRL sub battle, hosting a stream there, doing a meetup, meeting Blitzstream for the first time in person, at least for myself. Do I speak French? You might have to show up and find out, but I will definitely be donning my coveted Hambo French to get around in France. You have to show up to hear how it sounds. Yeah, all my French comes from Omizi. Imenu, is that right? Someone else was typing that earlier. So let's see here. Chess.com has an article, eh? Hans Niemann's 100 million defamation lawsuit dismissed. Do you guys remember like a week ago? Maybe it was less than a week ago. Someone was saying, and it was a good point, they brought up that, oh, the lawsuit, what's happening with that? How come no one's talking about it? And it's like, well, it's because there's a lawsuit, so no one's talking. You know, you don't want to say things at that point. You want to let it settle behind the scenes. But I was saying, like, guys, this is a joke. You think anything's gonna happen here? It's it's not gonna materialize. It's not gonna materialize. That's what I was saying. We have a vid coming out in 5 minutes on it. Holy smokes. Do you see that? Chess.com, fast. Wall Street Journal fast. SLOWBRAH up there reporting with the best of them. On the ball, Nitsid Prime. Hello, J-Man. Very much on the ball. Well, there you go. Now you guys have something to look forward to. 5 minutes. SLOWBRAH YouTube. Smack that refresh button. The SLOWBRAH News Network is coming out. Hans Niemann's 100 million defamation lawsuit dismissed. So check the YouTube. But this is big news, obviously. This has been going on for a while behind the scenes. So, very interesting. Very interesting. 100 million. Yes, that's right. Professor Elephant. 100 million. This was, I think, an hour ago? Probably less. Something like that. So this just happened during Title Tuesday. This just happened during TT. While I was here, coming in 69th place, I missed all the news. What the hell? Hello, Baz Maniac. It was you. Yeah, that's right, Baz. I think it was you. You were mentioning earlier that this happened. So I think it was Baz Maniac who dropped the news in here first. Baz was on the ball. Which one are you talking about there, Virgin? Because we have a few speedrun series on YouTube right now. I have 69 in my rating. We came in 69th place. Okay, I'll take it, Woolers. I'll take it. Maybe John Gall. That explains why Hickey dropped out of Title Tuesday. He had to go read the article. Understandable now. What's the format of the in-person sub battle? Well, we're not necessarily like gonna do anything revolutionary. You've seen how sub battles work, so it'll be very similar to that. But it'll be an IRL version. We've had a lot of Hickey updates today, Nitsuit Prime. It's actually been a great day for those interested in Hickey updates. Well, it's over now, Carvalma, so we don't have to worry about it. Guys like you. Dark Blue Ocean, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. So this is news. This is news. Mr. Counter Gambit. Chasing the high, huh? I'm listening to more Enfisa sets. Let's see here. This is the new lady. You remember when Charlotte DeWitt was the techno lady? I'm telling you, this is the chick. This is the chick right now. And Fisa let Yago. I can confirm. Yes, we may need a ruling review with Valab. That's right. It's a great idea, Venus. A few, Brendan. We played a few 2900s. It didn't go that well, let me tell you. Did not go that well. Yep, this is us. That's the chat right now. I like it. Neil check. Neil has been he's been working hard. But he stopped by this morning. He was here. So Neil gave his cursory check-in. Oh, the lawsuit has been dismissed, Lukey. But I'm being told that Eric's preparing a nice video to summarize it for you. So that's exciting. You can watch it on YouTube. What's that, Jeff? It's released. I don't see it.
Really?
Wow, it's so fresh, it's not even showing up. 4 minutes ago. There you go.
I just made the thumbnail.
It's already out.
I love how it's like an old man.
Did you watch that clip? Like where it's from?
No. Oh, it's like actually a thing?
Yeah, it's from some show or something. Chicken Pants is a big fan of it. That's right, Sleazy. Obviously, I'm not going to watch it. You guys gotta watch it. Eric is on the ball reporting. So there's your summary. You guys wanna get the recap of what happened? This literally was just posted. SLOWBRAH YouTube channel. Exclamation mark new vid. Does this work? There you go. Exclamation mark new vid. You're just reading the article? Well, you know, sometimes Hickey's just playing Genshin Impact, but people enjoy that too. Hello, Aaron. Hello, Aaron OG. Lots of stuff happening right now. Yeah, it's 7 minutes long, DP Leo. Thanks for the bits there, Chicken Pants. 1,000. 1,000 more. 1,000 on top of that. Appreciate it, CP. Go Neil and go anal beads, says Chicken Pants. I don't watch that show. What is it? Always Sunny in Philadelphia or something? I think that's where that thing is from. Tristan? Nope. I am not hosting a Underdog Title Tuesday right now. We will have one today. But my plan is to hang out with the good people of Twitch for a little bit longer. And when it comes time to do the late Title Tuesday, we'll probably switch Kick. So one early Title Tuesday on Twitch, late Title Tuesday on Kick. And I'll also be hosting our viewer tournament after the late Title Tuesday over on Kick. That's the plan for the day. So I've got you guys for a little bit longer. There's good Twitch energy today, so I don't want to leave you hanging. So let me change our title here. Let's get this filthy 6.5 score off the screen. You've looked at that enough. We're also very close to 1,000 in the SLOWBRAH series. Very, very close. I mean, maybe even just one game away. Can't remember where we ended off. Can we check on the winner from last week? Are you talking about the elk guy? Something? Winning elk? Oh, Fish, he got a different fate. Winning elk. This guy won all of his games, right? And he got his ratings all boosted up to where they should be. But we knew this during the tournament, right? He's playing 1400, right? And then his next game, he's playing 2100. So he got a little boost up to where he should be. Oh, Moja's definitely looking thick, Woolers. Definitely. He's been gymming hard. This was the guy who won our event last week. New talent. New talent. So go watch our YouTube video. Maybe some people are doing that right now. I'll give you guys 7 minutes. You know? Check it out. Hans Niemann's lawsuit dismissed. Eric gives a quick review. We're on the ball here. I'm going to do some slow chess. So I'm going to switch my account right now. It's time for slow chess. I've done enough in Title Tuesday. I've done enough for a while. We did not, Ehud. It'll be later. It'll be after the late Title Tuesday. We're just under 1,000 here. Hoping to come to Berlin if you have a couple days off work. Aaron, that'd be awesome. Thanks for the 4 months with Prime, buddy. What am I drinking? Water, my guy. Always water. Gotta stay hydrated. Hydrate, homies. In jail out soon, 17. 30-minute games are a vibe. The ones that I do are 15 minutes, 10-second increment. I think the increment is nice for the end of the game. Probably vibe have. Yeah. I almost always play both of the Title Tuesdays. Almost always. So, for those that haven't seen this series, right? It's very simply a series where I'm not playing one specific opening every single game, because I have done series like that, but rather taking suggestions from the chat about what opening we should play, and hopefully getting an instructive game where we talk about the plans, give our thoughts, show our calculation, candidate moves, learn a thing or two about the opening, and we've been doing this since 400 ELO. We're up to just about 1,000. So I think this is right around that point where the games start to not only get pretty competitive, interesting, but probably a little bit more where the average person's strength is in the chat. Will this be made into a YouTube series? Ha! We found one. We found someone who's asking whether it will be made into a YouTube series, but hasn't checked the YouTube. Why are you so interested to know if it's going to be a YouTube series if you clearly don't watch my YouTube? Because it's already there. And if you watch the YouTube, you would know. You ever have that friend who every time you ask them to go out and do something, like, hey man, you interested in dinner this Saturday? And it's like, this Saturday, they have to watch the SLOWBRAH stream all day. 24 hours blocked off. They can't do anything on Saturday. But instead of saying, no, I'm busy, they'll say, oh, Saturday? What time? 7? Who's going? Oh yeah, oh yeah, they're all okay. Interesting, interesting. So like, would you like pick everyone up, or would I meet you guys somewhere? And it's like fucking asking a million things. This is exactly what's happening right now. Buddy's asking, hey, is this gonna be a YouTube series? Dude, you're asking me if it's gonna be a YouTube series. You clearly don't watch the YouTube. What do you care? What do you care? It's already on the YouTube. Come on, man. Wasting my time here. Wasting my time. Time him out? Yeah, let's time him out for maybe exactly 20 minutes so that he can watch the first episode on our YouTube channel. Give him that perfect timeout. Hey, bro, do you remember me? Nope. Nope. Punishment fits the crime. Yeah, it's hardly a punishment. Hardly a punishment. Hardly a punishment. So, we're going to get started on this YouTube specific series that will be uploaded to YouTube. $1,000's always a nice number to hit. So good luck, good luck. Let's see if we can get a good game. And as usual, let me know what opening you might like to see. Don't know if I'm going to get the white or black pieces. So let me know what you'd like to see. I do my best. Obviously, I can't take every suggestion. It's only one game, but try to play an opening that may be of some interest to at least someone in chat. All right, 15 minutes, 10-second increment. Here we go. Okay. I think we just have to start with e4. Classic. Good first move. What are we thinking here? What are the suggestions like? Italian, Spanish, Scotch. We're going to keep it flexible. Knight f3, knight c6. There's still so many things that we can do. We still haven't fully decided. All right, I'm going to go d4. I'm going to do it. It's a little early in the day for Scotch, but we're going to take bishop to c5. So far we're absolutely in, you know, kind of like main Scotch stuff. If the knight captures on c6, technically queen f6 is one of the moves that you would expect, because if you take and black takes back, you're very happy to trade the queens and ruin the castling ability for the opponent here. So white can play a number of moves like this, 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 this. Those are probably the main ones. There's other moves, but don't think they're really worth considering. So knight b3 makes sense to hit the bishop, but after the bishop retreats, it also kind of stays on this really, really powerful diagonal. So bishop e3 intends knight c6, which will actually win a piece. So bishop e3 defends and comes with a threat. I would say it's probably the main move. along with knight takes c6. But I think bishop e3 makes, the most sense. We develop a piece and defend our knight. So let's do it. And didn't I say? Didn't I say? Bishop e3 comes with a threat. Isn't that the threat I said it comes with? Well, the Scotch is just that easy. We're already up a piece. My opponent has blitzed out the moves. Honestly impressive. There might not be anyone who has really competed with my opponent to get a lost position in the Scotch that fast. It's like, slow down. Have a think. It's a rapid game. It's not a race to 20 minutes. It's a 15-minute rapid game. Take your damn time. I don't get it. Why do people play so fast? Now, knight takes e4. Of course, we can move the bishop back to the center. We can also move it over here to keep the king from castling. But I'm also very interested in queen to e2. The king cannot castle. The queen can't go to e7. So this move seemingly intends to win the knight. And if it gets defended, we just attack it. And I'm not seeing an issue with that currently. Queen e2. Cannot take because it's pinned. Cannot move the king at all. d6 to hit the bishop. Decent move, but this is going to be with a check. My opponent is now currently utilizing the strategy where you use all your time to think once you have a completely lost position. Very common. I mean that seriously. It really does happen a lot. We'll take with a check so that we don't lose our bishop as well. Now the bishop's hanging. We're also up 2 pieces here, so we've done well. Queen takes c6. Queen there, we take this. But after queen there, okay, there's bishop d7, so let's calculate a little. Queen here, if the king moves or the queen goes to d7, we're fine, right? We just save our bishop or take a rook or something. If the bishop goes to d7, and then we just go right back to e4, everything's good. We just have an extra pawn, from what I can see. Queen takes c6 looks okay. Because if here, we just go back. We'll return to e4 with a check. Oh, maybe a draw. Not going to allow that one. Not quite yet. Now hang on. After bishop e6, we also have bishop to b5 check. Another move. The king moves, and then we could save our bishop, because at that point, we're even denying our opponent castling privileges. Bishop b5 is a little bit nicer than just moving the bishop back. Check. Developing with tempo, so now I'm, 1 move away from castling myself. We've still got 2 extra pieces, so a firm grip on the position here. The bishop e3 right in the opening. I mean, it immediately came with a threat. Knight takes c6. And that was enough. That was enough. Let's save this bishop now. Bishop d4 or bishop e3. Both moves do look pretty good. But it's probably going to be one of those two, yeah. Probably going to be one of those two. I like the look of bishop d4. Comes with a threat, And bishop e3, yeah, you can go to g5, but there does exist the move f6. So maybe we stay centralized for the moment. The reason I like this as well is it intends bishop g7, rook there, and potentially queen h4 for a checkmate idea. So speaking of queen h4, it's absolutely possible now. This pawn is hanging, but, I mean, let's just keep it simple. Buddy played rook e8. Yeah, you got some ideas, but, there was a reason that my bishop was put there. right? So let's not mess around. That is a free exchange. Now, the most important thing we could possibly do, I know there's pawns hanging, but I'm up so much material that one extra pawn is not going to make a difference just yet. You want your king to safety, and then you can start to play around. King to safety. Okay, very important. Queen b5, and I mean, when it rains, it pours. Queen takes a8. Now that's a hanging rook. b2, not even hanging. This is an uncomfortable position, for sure. Queen c4, attacking two things at once. I think bishop g7 stands out to me as a move. Maybe trying to get the king from behind. Tough to get a checkmate here, though. Queen a7 as well. I think I'll go queen a7. Drop this pawn, but then it helps us get developed. And now this pawn is hanging, and the king is not able to move up the board. And although knight d5 wins the queen, I have to ask myself, does queen c7 actually, like, deliver a checkmate here? I don't think so. Knight d5 looks pretty damn good. Here, king e8, and I'm left wondering where the mate is for a second. I suppose we could go queen here, king there, and then knight to d5, threatening mate and the queen. So if we go here first, and then take the queen, I don't know, king d7 or something, you struggle for a few more moves. So let's start with this one. Check. And king f8 gets mated immediately. Bishop d7 may also walk in to something. Knight d5, king here. The king actually moves up the board. I don't even think I want to win the queen. Rook e1, nope, nope, right? We're forcing the king to go here. The king has no other moves. So this will actually lead to a checkmate a little bit quicker. King there, queen d8, and e8 is covered. So the best black could do is give up the queen. And so I think it's possible that winning my opponent's queen would actually be a mistake. Might actually be a blunder to win his queen when we have checkmate threatened in just a second here. So, look, very one-sided, for sure. But it came from an opening blunder. It came from an opening blunder. Right? So, you look at a game like this, and where did it get out of hand? We played the Scotch. You know, just wanted to play simple opening. Pretty well-known one, taking the center. If black takes, then the queen's actually quite comfortable in the middle of the board because none of the pieces that usually can attack the queen can do so now. So this is actually just a great position. So black goes bishop c5, main line. But after bishop e3, black needs to know that technically when you look at the theory here, the move is queen f6. This is what black should play. And that's a weird move to play. Bring your queen out to the square your knight belongs on. Right? If you're playing the theory, it's a little bit strange because you have to play these really awkward looking moves and you have to remember them. If you don't play that move, you're not in a great position. White plays c3, and the game continues from here. My opponent plays knight to f6, and he's already completely losing because they're dropping this piece. And the reason after knight takes knight that they can't just take the bishop and then take the knight is, of course, because the queen is attacked. So now we take this. And this move is probably an even bigger mistake, because now queen e2 is strong. And as we know, once we win multiple pieces, pawns hanging, king developing, another piece, it's too much. Way too much. But the whole game was decided right here. Bishop e3. And I think this is already great for white, because in order for black to handle it properly, he has to make a move that I would even maybe chastise most beginners for playing. Queen f6 is the best move, but it's not a move that you love to see black play. You know, if black is like, 1,000 player starting out in chess, I don't want to see them playing queen f6. So the Scotch is a really effective way to play, especially at the beginner level, because you're doing something so basic, taking the center, taking space, and putting pressure on your opponent right away. So the Scotch is definitely I think a good opening for white to play, and it will always give you a very playable position. But you will start to run into people who know what they're doing, and I start hitting you with some theory later on. So you got to be ready for that, of course. Of course. John Galt, I wouldn't say queen e7 works. It definitely is playable. But I would say you're still doing the same concept, which is you're bringing the queen out, right? Whether you put it here or here, you're not wrong that this makes more sense than that, because I want my knight on a normal good square, right? But if I play the move knight c3, then you have to be ready to take me. And if your next move was knight f6 or something, after knight f5, you'd already be seriously worse. Because I'm going to win a pawn here. And I'm going to be checking your king. So it's going to get real bad real fast. And if your idea is maybe to go like this, then these positions can already be just so comfortable for white. So I just think that the Scotch is such a nice opening, because it puts black in a position where maybe the moves you'd even consider here are queen moves. Right? And already having to move your queen this early in the opening, good sign for white, my opinion. So I like the Scotch. Think it puts black under a lot of immediate pressure. d6, you're going to have some tripled pawns, my friend. You're going to have some tripled pawns. I actually played a game early on, very early on in this series, which went d6, takes, traded queens, and boy, it was unpleasant for my opponent. Very unpleasant. So, lots of moves to play. It's not like white's just winning here, but what I'm saying is the moves that are actually the best are very awkward, very unusual. And if you just trade everything on d4, I think white will always be a little bit better. Dean Yeager, thanks for the 4 months with Prime. Jamming Jam 88. I do not think I am. No, Jamming Jam. Thanks to the 10 months with Prime. Monkey Elf, 29 months with Prime. Hey, Monkey Elf. Good to see ya. Thanks for the resub, buddy. Let's continue our pillage here. We're at 1,000. Let's get in for another game. Again, let me know what you'd like to see. The Scotch was highly effective there. Highly effective. We might get the black pieces next game, so keep that in mind. But yeah, let me know what you'd like to see. Let's jump into another slow chess game. Ooh, white pieces again. Chess.com loves me right now. A privilege. A privilege. All right, we'll play one more e4. Most popular move. And we're faced with the Sicilian. Interesting. Okay, lots of ways to react to the Sicilian, honestly. I mean, you have your closed Sicilians. You have your gambits and sacrifices like b4, a3, all this stuff. You have your Smith Mora, regular open Sicilian. Quite a lot. All right. It's hard to, you know, the people who play the Mora are in a cult. This Mora cult. We'll have to see what the hype is all about. d4, playing the Sicilian. c3, takes. Now, there is a way to play bishop c4 here and keep sacking a pawn, but let's keep it standard. This is the Mora, Smith Mora gambit, and it's been fully accepted so far. So our opponent is currently up a pawn. And you can see it right there. However, I'm going to have some very, very quick development that hopefully will make up for it. Okay, e5, objectively, probably not a good move, if I'm being honest. E5, just, you know, after bishop c4, for example, there's a lot going wrong here. Knight f3 is basic move. Bishop c4, queen d5. These moves all come to mind. But this is already concerning, right? Because now, when I put my bishop here, there's no stopping me on this diagonal. And giving me this juicy square on d5 where no pawns can attack me, as someone playing the Mora, this is already making me quite happy. So, e5 maybe should be e6. I think it's already just going to go ahead and call it perhaps a mistake. Just going to play knight f3. Simple move. It needs a simple answer. Knight c6. I'm just going to go ahead and put my pieces where they belong in this opening. Bishop c4 and see what happens. Nice thing about the Mora is you pretty much know exactly where your pieces want to go every time, and it's these three squares right here. Knight c3, of course, bishop c4, and knight f3. You don't really need to think, oh, you know, should I put my piece here in this position and maybe here in another? No, for the most part, they all go to the same spot. You want a castle. A rook on the d file is always great. Queen d5 is often a really useful move to make a quick threat on f7. And we just saw the move h6. So, stopping knight g5, right? But we've got a situation where I've got three pieces out. My opponent's got one. We're making more pawn moves, more weaknesses. Already getting pretty excited about the prospects here. For example, if we did go queen d5, then already this pawn would be under fire and would need to be defended by the queen. There's no other way to defend it. There's no bishop e6, there's no knight h6, right? So we can force our opponent to move their queen out to one of those natural squares. That already looks like a small achievement. So that's what I'm looking at here. Queen d5 as a first move. Threatens the pawn, threatens f7. And probably the only line that needs calculating here is queen d5, queen e7, right? And black's next move is knight f6. We know that for sure. So that's what needs calculating. Queen d5, queen e7, and I can make a threat here. Knight b5, for example. Very tough to answer, but black has the move d6, which is interesting. And most importantly, knight f6 is going to hit my queen. So before I play queen d5, I have to think, yeah, I have one threat, but after it gets defended, what's the next threat? Because knight f6 is happening like super quickly. Right? Knight f6 kind of looks like an issue. So when I'm looking at this position, I'm starting to appreciate the move queen b3 a lot more because it does the same thing. It hits the same pawn. It requires the same defense. But then my knight can pop into d5 and will attack the queen on those two squares. So I'm looking at queen b3 and thinking, wait, it's the exact same threat. Yeah, with the bishop first, but then the moves that black plays to defend it seem to walk into my knight attacking it. And that's tempo. That's what I want. I don't want the reverse where I play this and then my opponent gets a tempo later. You only want to start with your queen if you have like a, you know, like a guaranteed kill shot, so to speak. So, yeah, I'm a little interested in queen b3 here. Knight a5 should be the last calculation we make here, but bishop takes f7, king here. I have a hard time believing it, but I do need to calculate it. Bishop f7, king e7. Let's just make sure we're not completely losing. I mean, queen d5. There's knight f6. I'm definitely sure that this is working for white, but I just need to find the answer. Knight d5, king takes f7. Knight takes e5. That looks pretty trustworthy. But king e8. Then maybe knight c7 and queen f7. Yeah, I think queen b3 is going to be good enough here. We make the threat we want. Queen d5 to me looked good, but I don't know. I just saw queen e7, knight f6, and it's like, then I'm just getting kicked out. I don't like that. I don't like it. So queen b3, big threat, cannot be defended in an easy way. And by the way, this is why I was saying e5 is probably not the move. e6 is a lot better because there's none of these threats I'm talking about even exist. So this is a big threat. Is there anything wrong with castling? Well, in an opening like this, which is known to be very aggressive and have a lot of early tricks and traps, yeah, I think there actually is a lot wrong with castling. If you miss your opportunity to take advantage of a situation in the Mora, I think that could be for sure considered a mistake. Of course, castling, you don't have a bad position after you castle, but if you're missing your opportunities to capitalize on mistakes early on in the Mora, I think that's a bad sign, because that's why you play the opening. If your opponent plays it really well, gets to the middle game, you know, clap for them. But most of the time, especially at the lower ratings, the Mora will be effective early. You'll get some quick wins with this opening. But no, castling is not an official blunder. Of course not. So what we're seeing here is black coming to terms with maybe the fact that the queen needs to move to defend the pawn. But then my next move, knight d5, will hit the queen and hit the c7 square, which has to be a small achievement for me. So knight d5, we're not going to waste any more time. Notice that knight d5 also covers queen before check, in case my opponent tried to find some way to like trade the queens. It wouldn't work here. So with this move being such a massive threat, in my opinion, black only has 2 moves. And I know these moves don't actually defend f7, but at least you could say my knight is in the way of my bishop now, so I'm not actually threatening it. But yeah, black needs to play these. I'm a little concerned he might play this move. I know it looks ridiculous, but it's the only move that defends the pawn that you can play here, because this loses the queen, and he may think that these moves are not playable because, wait a minute, I played queen e7 to guard the pawn. I have to defend the pawn. So that's why I'm saying I hope he doesn't play queen e6, because there is a logical path that could take you to that move. Of course, the fact that you're walking into this bishop's diagonal and allowing knight c7 would be an immediate reason not to, but we'll see what he does here. So my next moves that I'm thinking of, for sure castling. I mean, this is going to be great. Bishop e3. Another very nice move to develop, because I basically want to bring a rook probably to the d file or the c file as soon as possible. Nice move. Nice move. Queen d6, so covers knight c7. There is a move I can play here. Knight c7, queen takes, bishop f7, king somewhere, bishop g8. Technically, that wins a pawn. Am I that interested in that move, though? I don't think so. It looks good, but it looks like I can definitely do better. So that's just the first thing I notice when I look at the position, that's kind of in my back pocket. But I don't know. I feel like I can do a bit better than that. Castling, always good. After castling, you might be looking at knight a5, but the reason I'm not even batting an eye at knight a5 is because queen c3, let's say, whatever, knight takes c4, queen c4. I'm threatening knight c7. What, are you going to trade your only piece you have developed? Like, then you'll be sitting there with just your queen out and your king. Knight a5 is no longer a move I'm concerned about at all. What I am looking at is castle. How's black going to get developed? Let's say knight f6, right? And what are my next moves? Rook d1. Looks like a pretty good one. Those are the kind of things I'm thinking about here. Rook d1, knight takes here. Maybe bishop takes. I'm thinking castle sets me up for success here. Knight c7 is very tempting. Bishop f7, bishop g8. I don't know, there's something about that just gives me this feeling like I can be doing better than that. That doesn't look good enough. Black plays, you know, bishop b4 check. I don't like it. So I'm going to castle. Look to bring the rook to the d file. Look to, like, those would be my next 3 moves, probably. Knight a5, not concerned about anymore. Does not bother me. So I think knight f6 makes the most sense, but he absolutely has to get developed. There's no question about that. Any, like, non-developing move, bad sign. So, like this, bad sign. This, like, any pawn move would be a very, very bad sign. Ugh. Well, why would I play knight c7 and this line when my opponent's going to play king d8 anyway? Look, I kind of understand what he's doing here. Kind of. But not really. Like, I get it. I get it. Kind of want to get out of knight c7. There's bishop f7 issues, but king d8 is not going to be the move. Rook d1 looks amazingly strong right now. I'm also looking at bishop e3 because it seems to intend a potential bishop b6 check kind of idea with knight c7 to follow. So bishop e3 is kind of interesting here, but it's kind of hard to say no to rook d1. That's the most basic looking move. I think at this point, knight a5 has to be the next move. Otherwise, I'm not really seeing a strategy for black. So no matter which move happens, I think knight a5 would be the answer. So let's keep it simple. Rook d1. Last check. Rook d1. Knight here. Takes. Should be good enough. Possible bishop e3 is a little bit better, but not a position where you need to spend a lot of time. Rook d1. Simple. Again, I cannot possibly be worried about a move where you're trading a pair of pieces and you're trading the only one you have developed. Like, that's not going to concern me. Is bishop d2 to stop knight a5 too slow? I would say yes. Bishop d2 doesn't have a threat on its own. I'm not going here, I'm not going here. I'm blocking the d file. Looks way too slow. Especially, as I'm saying, I'm not worried about knight a5. Look at black's position. Black's best piece might be the knight on c6. So, yeah, you want to spend 2 moves of your own time to trade it away? Be my guest. Now something like knight b6 is an issue with the queen attacked. It's very difficult to leave your queen on the same line as the rook. Ooh, the moves are getting worse and worse. It's, you know, extra pawn move, bad pawn move, extra pawn move, queen moving twice, king moving already. We're only on move 10. So there has been mistake after mistake. I don't think he's going to survive this game very long. Bishop e3, super tempting because obviously we want to get on this square. Knight b6, very tempting to maybe hit the queen and the rook. But to be honest, there's not really going to be moves that are stronger than queen b6 check. Forcing king there, knight c7 check, hitting the queen, hitting the rook. I think that's going to be it right there. Bishop e3 is strong, but queen b6 is pretty much game over. Knight c7 check happens. So that's why, I mean, a6 is particularly bad, because it even allows me to do something I wasn't able to do on the previous turn. So king over, we'll do this check, and although our rook is undefended, don't worry, it's check. So king e7, I think just rook takes queen. Not really any other ways to do it. Our rook's hanging, so that's why we kind of have to do it this way. Okay, so the king takes. We have a hanging rook, which I'm most likely going to take, but I think we can pause for at least a second here, because the king is very close to mate, right? Very close. Bishop e3 does threaten checkmate. Bishop e3 would need this as a response. And I think we're just so close to a mate. b3 also does something similar. Threatens bishop a3. Similar threat, though. Just which way do we want to do it? If knight d5 to prevent this, the problem is the king always has the e6 square now, and I'm not actually seeing a mate, because anytime you move the knight to deliver a check, the king is going to have that square to go back to. Don't actually like knight d5 here. So I think between these two moves, it's a close call for sure, but I might go in the b3 direction. I think it's a b3 angle. Actually, b3, a5, this doesn't even stop it, so I'm gonna go b3. Threatens mate. The king does need to go back, which is already a step for him, like to even see that the king needs to go back to avoid mate is already like a big move. But king e7 is locatable. He does need to find it, though. Right now the king has no squares. The knight is even pinned, so it will not interpose this check. Here, we're mobilizing all of our pieces as well. But this has been pretty much a prime example of what can happen in the Smith-Morra. Like, why is this such a popular opening? It's because people see games like this and they're like, holy smoke. I can do this? Sign me up. I'd like to do that. Ouch. So, it's going to be a little tough, right? It's going to be tough to look at this again. But I do want to look over it because the Morra is such a popular opening. And it is so good. Like, it's a really good opening. Throws a lot of people off. Taking the initiative and getting quick development. early on against a beginner player will throw them off completely. E5, already a big mistake. Not a good move. So, okay, we played this. I think it's more or less the same. These are the standard starting moves. H6. Already not the move. I mean, these are now two moves I would say don't belong in the opening. At least not this early. So, Queen D5. Just to show you guys the line that we were talking about. I suppose if you want to see what I mean with the engine. So, Queen D5. Basically, it looks good because we threaten a mate, which is more decisive. But after Queen E7, you'll see that White's advantage is marginal at best because Knight F6 is going to happen, D6, Bishop E6. And although we're definitely better, it's not that good. Whereas Queen B3 forces the same move, Queen E7, but now we get Knight D5 after, which is much more significant. Queen F6 would be the same story. So now, I think Knight A5 was the move we were looking at, and takes. King can't take, so King E7, Knight D5. This was the line that we had calculated at the end there. Knight takes E5, and King E8, I was saying it was nice we have Knight C7, right? And if Queen takes, check, and mate. So this was one of the mates that was possible. And King E7, I mean, this is actually a pretty filthy mate. Knight G6. Holy smokes. That's pretty disgusting. I was actually thinking of Queen F7. When I calculated it, I was thinking this. And to be honest, I was actually thinking of Knight B5 and Queen D5. So I didn't see the nastiness that was Knight G6, Bishop F4, yeah, defending the knight, and then mate. Yeah, no, we weren't thinking of this. We weren't thinking of this. I'll be honest with you guys. Didn't cross my mind. I was the Queen F7 guy. Still leading to mate. A little bit slower. But the point is, it's completely lost. But we did have to make sure about that. Okay, Knight D5. Queen D6. We castled here. Again, there's going to be options here. Bishop E3, Bishop D2. But ultimately, your position is not going to get better than if you castle and just bring a rook to the middle. You need to just displace this queen. He goes King D8. And now, the problem with this position is Rook D1 is the most obvious move in the game. It lines up against the queen. My opponent just moved their king instead of developing a piece. Knight F6 was needed. Rook D1, obvious move, best move, A6. And yeah, now Queen B6 is just game over. And between Bishop E3 and B3 here, it's a pleasure to know that we selected the best move, B3. And yeah, Rook B8, just oops. Notice how every single move is made in one, except King E7. And I'll tell you, after King E7, I know my opponent was probably going to run away this way, right? Which sucks. But I was actually interested in this because it's rare that you get a smothered mate right in the middle of the board. And yes, it's possible, but this would have just been, for the people. So that's what I was hoping for. Didn't quite get it. This would have really put Buddy out of commission. But you see how destructive this opening is just from knowing a few themes. These are where the pieces go at the start. You do want a castle, but F7 is a target in this opening. So as soon as you see E5, Queen B3, Queen D5, those are the moves that come to mind. Put pressure and get castled quickly. Take your tempi. Rook to D1 was another move that we said was very standard for this opening. You need a quick Rook D1. So Everything here was kind of by the book in terms of the Smith-Morra, but really nasty position, really nasty win. And that you will get these kind of crushing victories in this opening. So against the Sicilian, it's definitely a fun way to play. D4, C3, sack, and the thing is, after we get to this position, white is a pawn down on move 4, and the position is only barely better for black. So that's why, even at the highest levels of chess, this opening still has a very good reputation. It is a good opening. Very tough to handle. Fetus, thanks for gifting sub to Mambo. Thermometer, brand new sub. Welcome, Thermometer, using his Twitch Prime. Thank you. Exclamation mark Prime. Prime reminder for everyone. The Malone Ranger. We missed you last night for the Late Night League, said Malone. Thank you for the tier 3 resub. 93 months from the Malone Ranger. Thank you, Malone. Yeah, big OG for sure. That's okay, Malone. You were having a late night work day. It happens. But it's not going to be the only day, so I'm sure we'll get you in. I'm sure we'll get you in soon. Thanks for the reset. 93. God damn. All right. That was a crush. That was a fun game. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing the Smith-Morra in action. It's always a fun game to watch and to play when things go your way. Like, even if they don't go fully your way and you get an equal middle game, that's still a fun game. Open position, lots of tactics. But when it really goes your way and people blunder early on, man, it's so satisfying to play. It really is. 14 months with Prime from Man Eating Orange. Thank you for the Prime resub. All right, we're going to play another. Let me know what openings you'd like to see. I think it's pretty likely we get the black pieces now. We just played white twice in a row, so let's see what we're up against. Damn, chess.com loves me today. White pieces again. I'm in the good graces of chess.com. This is a white piece only speedrun. All right, e4 again. Oh, the rapid pre-move. Well, the Scandinavian does not have anything that you should be playing except pawn captures on d5. So please do not play any move except pawn takes d5. Must capture. Queen captures d5, you're gonna have a hard time finding a more obvious and good move than knight c3 check. And our opponent actually has many moves to choose from. I often choose the move queen e5 check myself as black because it's a move that throws some people off, and it's sometimes pretty easy to play with the black pieces. But if you know what you're doing with white, queen e5 is definitely the one of the weaker of the many moves. Like, it's the weakest of all these options. So why is it the weakest? Well, first of all, you should never ever trade queens. This is always, I'll go so far as to call it a blunder. Big mistake. Maybe you just like endgames, okay, but it's a big mistake. Black is so happy to trade queens with you here. Just play c6, get the bishop out, play e6, and they get this structure that looks like this. And they just sit there and they're so solid the whole game. Not good enough. So, definite no to queen e2. So let's start with that. In terms of the other pieces, we would never use this knight. The queen is vulnerable to the move d4, so we'll be able to attack it next. Also knight f3. So the question is, we either play bishop e2, next move knight f3, castle, you know, d4, get the piece out like that, or knight e2, next move d4, and maybe bishop f4 as well. And the reason why I'm saying d4 and bishop f4 is just like in the Scandinavian, black wants to play c6 and bring the queen back to c7. If my opponent does not play this move next and bring the queen back there, then the queen might actually get into a lot of trouble. So I'm thinking of playing knight e2 here, just because after this, we'll have bishop f4. So I'm going to choose this one. Our bishop can go pretty comfortably to g2, or the knight on e2 can move again. I'm going to choose knight e2. If my opponent really knows what they're doing with queen e5, look, it's not the best move, but it's still playable, and they want to put their queen back on c7, then I think knight e2 is actually the most annoying move to face. Bishop g4. So very happy to play d4 here. Gains a clear tempo on the queen. If we had our bishop on e2 and the move bishop g4 happened, okay, if d4, then bishop takes e2 is playable. Doesn't mean it's a good position for black, but, you know, trading bishop for bishop, too easy, too easy. If he wants to do this, he's going to have to give me the bishop pair. And even though, of course, I'm playing someone who's not even 1,000 rated, I'm not expecting him to know that the queen needs to go on c7. But it doesn't mean I'm going to play a, you know, weaker move just because of that, or a different move. I'm still going to expect the best from him. All right, queen e6. We're happy to see stuff like this. It's right in front of that e-pawn, blocking the square that the pawn needs to be on in order to get the bishop developed. h3 to hit the bishop. If you want to take me, I'm happy to take back. And black's position, when you're playing Scandinavian and you don't play c6, e6, your position is already probably wrong. That's usually the pawn structure you want in the Scandinavian. Same with the Caro-Kann, very similar. If you're not getting those pawns there, that solid center, there's already something wrong with your position, most likely. So d5, possible, but I think I'm going to wait with d5, because guess what? If he wants to bring the knight out, I'm right there with a fork. h3. If you want to take, I'm taking back and getting castled. I'm also going to have the bishop pair there. If you don't want to take me, well, you've got to make some decisions here. And you got to be very careful taking a step back, because I might get interested in g4. Okay, takes. Obviously, we take back with the bishop. Knight c6. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you. Knight f6. We can castle. So, c6. Got to give my opponent some credit, because c6, part of the opening, he kind of knows what he's doing. He's like a mix, like queen e5, bishop g4, queen e6, not good. But c6 is reminding me, hey, this guy does know what kind of structure he's supposed to have. So that's a good sign. We have options here. The most intriguing move for me right now might be d5. And I only say that because if I castle after knight f6, I'm wondering if I will ever have time to play d5 again. Because if black plays, for example, in this position, if I castle, and if black plays queen d6, and if I play rook e1, or not even, like a3, and black plays e6, even though he's only got a queen out, that position is remarkably solid for black that you might be able to make a comeback here. So I want to be pretty direct. Castling is so important because you want to get the king out of the middle, but I am attracted to this d5 move as an option. Takes, knight takes. I mean, we're already threatening checkmate in that position, literally. If this queen moves, like queen d6, then maybe we castle and just kind of stay ready in that position. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. Situations like that. So let's see here. Castle first or d5? D5 does look a little hasty. I really feel like castling's the move. If knight f6, though, after castle, I just want to have something ready. Maybe bishop f3 and push d5 after that. I need to ensure that I have a way to open the position. Closed position, bad news for me. Not interested in playing a closed position. I think we can manage it. I'm probably leaning towards castling here. He's gonna have to come up with he's gonna have to come up with a good move here. I love the move c6 from him. Thank you. I'll take the blessings from everyone here. One blessing from you. One blessing from you. This is a good move. This is a good move. But he's still got that issue of the queen just being on e6. He's not supposed to be there, right? You're going to have to move your queen again, play e6. And once you do that, position will be good. We're not quite there yet. Not quite. So I'm thinking bishop f3 because I am so interested in playing this move. You got no idea. Bishop f3, rook e1. So for rook e1, queen somewhere, let's say d7. I'm not sure that we have the next moves mapped out. Bishop f3, e6, d5, takes, knight takes, knight takes. You know, queen takes, bishop takes, knight c6. Not much of an advantage there, honestly, if at all. So, what do we need to do here? We're missing something. There's an ingredient we're missing. I think something like this and this is standing out to me. I think that might be necessary. But boy, is it tough to get an edge around here. Rook e1, bishop f3, d5, bishop g5. These are all the moves we want. Just need some sort of magical order that they all work in. But to be honest with you, I don't really think we can do much without a rook on e1, so I'm going to go ahead and start with that. No matter what variation I'm doing, not having the rook here means almost none of them work, so I'm going to go with the lowest common denominator, the move that every variation seems to need. Queen needs to move, and should probably move to one of those squares, in my opinion. You know, cover the d5 square, move out of the way of the pawn. If you don't move out of the way of the pawn, then you're asking for trouble. So, rook e1, knight e4, it's like, I don't know exactly what I'm about to do, but I know that knight e4 is a mistake. I know for a fact. So, the first thing I can see is that knight takes e4, queen e4, bishop a6. quite decent. Because we're about to do that and win the game. But black can play queen takes here and knight takes a6. And although that's great for me, he actually does get a rook and a bishop for the queen. And he's got me looking at this position right now like, I don't even think he deserves that much. So I've got that in my back pocket, but I'm not sure that, like, is there better than that? I'm going to really spend some time and have a look-see. If I move the bishop, there is knight takes c3. Although the queen's hanging, my queen's hanging too. So these ones don't convince me. Bishop g4. Takes. Bishop c8. It's good. It's definitely good. But it's, I mean, still, he just moves the knight. You know, maybe we take, like it's not good enough. Not good enough. So I'm thinking we probably got to take here. My opponent being able to capture the knight to hit my queen, I think that's, I think it's working for him. I'm going to take this. We're attacking the queen, and I think it might be bishop a6. This all looked annoying enough that I don't really see a better move than this. So we'll be winning here, but, you know, knight and rook for queen is no easy task. He's got a position where it's move 10, and the only piece developed is his queen. So that's why this position feels like it should be overwhelming for white. Queen takes e4, bishop g4, queen's attacked. Queen has to go somewhere. Queen d5. I have been looking at bishop c8. Queen goes to b5, and surprisingly, I think not doing too much there. But I've definitely been thinking of this. Funny looking move. I think we could win a pawn there, but not more than a pawn. Not more than a pawn. Yeah, bishop a6 wins material, but if I had to place a bet, I would probably say the engine wants to just play the position because, I mean, look at this. It almost feels like an insult to my position to give him a rook and a bishop for the queen. It's like an embarrassment. I should be getting more than that. I should be getting more value. Well, I think I'm going to go for it. This is a really nasty situation. And the thing is, even if my opponent, let's say, was going to lose the queen for a rook, you would much rather lose the queen for a rook than lose an entire rook for free. It's once again back to that concept of losing something for something else rather than losing something for nothing. So he's got the right idea, but wrong execution. He needed to take the rook first and then do this move. Little desperado sacrifice. Now, when you count up the material, it's a queen for a knight. E6. Well, we've got to hand him some credit. He's still staying true to those Scandinavian habits, let's say. I mean, he's got the right pawn structure. This is how it should look. But it may be a little bit late. So let's see here. I think I'm going to be very direct. What can we do here? I'm going to go queen h5. g6 looks like queen e5 is quite annoying. I'm threatening rook e6. It's nice to have the queen swinging along the 5th rank as well. And if you castle, I'm also hitting this pawn. So, not the end of the world, but a good start. Solid move. But after queen e5, I thought this was actually very annoying. Now rook g8, but then potentially bishop g5, and suddenly you can't castle in either direction. So it went from, you know, black wants to just go here and castle to, well, now you can't castle this way, and now you can't castle that way. Queen d6 seems to threaten rook e6 and queen e7 checkmate. So queen d6 looks to be superhero move. f6 gets mated. Queen e7 is checkmate. So if you play f6 to stop it, then I think just rook e6, king f7, queen e7 mate. If you play bishop f8 to stop it, which is a good move, then rook e6, queen takes e6, and queen takes e7. So you see how quickly we actually won this game. Queen h5, e5, bishop g5, queen d6. 4 moves. 4 moves. Right? Whereas, you know, back here, if we had just developed our piece or like, I don't know, even played c4, black would play this and would castle, and guess what? You might win the game, but it'll be a lot longer. But when you have that queen advantage for whatever material, gotta be ultra direct. Start threatening pawns, start using the mobility of your queen. Like my queen just snaked her way into the d6 square better than any piece on the board could ever do. Like no piece has this type of mobility. You have to use it. Playing slow there would let black get the bishop out, castle, and play probably a 40 move game where maybe you might eventually win, but you'd have to play pretty well. Instead, it's move 16, and in 4 moves, black basically just got mated. Queen e7 is the threat. I only see 2 moves to stop it. One is f6, one is bishop f8. Can't really fault my opponent too much. These were just some high-profile moves. After queen h5, g6 looks pretty solid. Queen e5, rook g8 forced. Bishop g5, bishop g7, hey. Right? And then this move is probably the best one. But rook takes e6, queen e6, and queen e7 will be mate. Not getting tempted by the free rook. We're going for mate. GG. Okay, so what was, oh yeah, Scandinavian. Scandinavian. Queen e5 check. Now, bishop e2 is definitely the best move, I would say. It's the simplest, because of course you want your knight here to hit the queen. One thing after bishop e2 is, like, I know people like to play this move. I've seen it before. After d4, bishop takes e2, you got to take with the knight. Then the queen moves, let's say, to a5 or something. And because the light square bishops have been traded off, this position is actually trickier than it might look. Because black has some easy moves that he's about to do. Easy moves. Let's go back to this set. He has some very easy moves to do. So the reason that I like knight e2 is it just keeps pieces on the board. And that is usually more tricky for black to deal with. And of course here, queen e6, not really the right idea. So we just went h3, takes, c6, good stuff. I was super tempted by d5 here. Ultimately decided against it and castled, which is not a bad move, but d5 still, I think, is really strong. Because the idea is you want to get it before black can react. Okay, rook e1, knight e4, definitely a mistake. And in this position, I said something to us, which it was like almost 50-50. But I said something which was that I think in this position, it's almost disrespectful to my position to play bishop a6. Right? Almost disrespectful. So this will just give you an idea just how serious the options are. Right? Bishop f3, not winning the queen. c4, not winning the queen, are both moves that are very, very strong. And depending on where you stop the analysis, you could say they're preferred over bishop a6. And I think this illustrates it. So this is what I was saying. I said I was willing to bet that winning the queen is not the best move here. And indeed, it's not. Bishop a6, even though we win the queen, it's like, that's still a lot of work. There's still a lot of work to be done there. So bishop f3, just bringing the bishops out and playing like c4, d5 is actually so strong on its own that winning the queen here, it's not even the best way to play. So, of course, queen takes e1 needed to happen. But this isn't that bad for black. Not that bad. You still have the same aspirations. You want to play e6. You want to castle. Instead, he just made a mistake. Did not take the rook first, which is actually a very big deal. Yeah. And then, at this point, I think it's all about just being super, super direct. Getting the pieces out. Attacking. Some weaknesses. So we went with queen h5, and after this, there's just no way to get the pieces back into action. Bishop e7 would have been necessary, and then yeah, after this, it's over. So an interesting game, kind of reminds you how important the initiative is when here, keeping the initiative, not winning material, and just literally going bishop f3, c4, d5 is better than winning the queen for a rook and a bishop. That's how good white's position is here. Crazy to think about. And as for the opening, always accept Scandinavian. And queen e5 check happens sometimes. I like knight e2. It's not the best move, but I like it because it keeps pieces on. More trouble for black. But bishop e2 is always good as well. It's just bishop e2, bishop g4, d4, takes, the queen moves. Yes, it's good for white, but it's not as easy as you might think. The presence of, or the lack of the light square bishop's presence on the board makes a big difference. Helps out black's position. So It's just not as easy. You're way up in development. You're gonna get castled. Like you're killing it as white, but it's helpful for black to have a few trades in. So many 1300s are playing the Scandi now. I wonder why. I mean, John's always been a big advocate for the Scandi, but that hasn't really like increased in the last little while. Just a popular opening, I guess. Change the layout, please. Carlos Magnuson. Oh, apologies. I didn't realize it was incorrect. What should the layout be? Carlos? And I'd just like to send my apologies in advance. Smithmore is very popular, yeah. Kieran Kabir, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Mike Salsa, thanks for the 10 months with Prime, Mike. Roninichi. 7-year resub. Hey, Ronin. Not competing with the hair on my head or my beard right now. Roninichi, 7-year resub. 84 months. Thanks a lot, buddy. Been a long time. Hikaru just played the Scandinavian. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you for the Hickey update. We need to be updated at all times here. You just were trying to get attention. Damn, Carlos. Wow. So you mean there was nothing wrong with the layout? Got it. You had me worried there, Carlos. I was concerned. Did I win Title Tuesday? Mike, I don't want to spoil it for you. I assume that you want to go back and watch the VOD. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it for you. Holy shit, Amon. I used to simp for you, but this haircut ain't it. A few things have changed. Number one, we got a haircut. Number two, we went to bed after streaming till what, from like 4 p.m. until 2 a.m. And then we woke up 5 minutes before Title Tuesday. Ball scratch, no shower, boom, in the chair, wiping the crust off our eyes as we lost round 3 of Title Tuesday. And we have been getting ready for our EU tour. So you guys have probably noticed that we've swapped out our regular camera and we're using some backup cams because we're taking the very, very nice main camera on the trip with us. So we were testing some things out. So all I'm saying is just give it time. You know, guy like me needs filters to succeed. He needs a good night's sleep. Just remember the good old days when you used to happily simp, and just know that those days are not far off. Just give it some time. You know, stay with me when I'm at my lowest so you can appreciate me when I'm at my highest. I need your support now more than ever. I did get the ball scratch in. Thank God. Promisto, thanks for the 3 months with Prime. All in NA lose. There we go. At least one of you. At least one of you. I lost round 3, Zadrik. Is that really a spoiler? Happens a lot, you know? What does the ticket get you? Well, did you read the page? It gets you entry to the event that's described on the page there. We're going to Paris. We're hosting a fun IRL sub battle against Blitzstream. And it's a €10 ticket. It's very, very cheap. It's more just head count. Keep track of everyone. And, you know, the venue is not looking to have just everyone barge in. So just to be more organized. But yeah, it's to attend the event, the very first day, very first part of our EU tour. Chess Bros will be spending 2 weeks in Europe, touring around, going to different chess clubs, parks, cities. It'll be a lot of fun. We should be streaming it, Mike. Yep. We're not going to be streaming all parts of the tour for sure. But there'll be a few streams here and there. But I think for this first sub battle that the plan is to stream it, yeah. So the ticket gets you in that event on the first night. That's what it does. When are we in Europe? Where are we in Europe? Well, this might surprise you, but we've been talking about it for a month, and we do have some commands in place just for you. Exclamation mark. Tickets is going to let you know about tickets for the first night in Paris. Exclamation mark. London is going to let you know where the second part of the tour is going to be for our London meetup. Exclamation mark. Europe is going to let you know about the whole tour and the overall dates. And exclamation mark. Discord is going to give you a link to our Discord where if you are a sub, and it is a sub-only channel in our Discord, but if you're a sub and your account's connected, there's a big Discord thread page section of our big channel in our Discord that just explains everything you could possibly want to know. Those are all the links you'll need. No Netherlands. No, we have better connections in the other places for big events that we want to hold, venues, other streamers to collab with. Netherlands is surprisingly not that busy for that. And Yasser's not even in the Netherlands right now, so we got nothing. We got the late title Tuesday in a couple hours. For those that already want to plan their evening, we will be hosting our viewer tournament, Underdog Title Tuesday. Okay? It's coming up, but it'll happen after the late title Tuesday. So around 7 p.m. Eastern. Something like that. Around 7. Sometimes we have it earlier, which is why I say that, but today it'll be after. I don't think so, Zeusbear. I used to live there, so I got a soft spot. All right, I'm gonna take just a couple minutes break here. Come back, do a few more slow chess games. I don't think I'm done. We haven't even had the black pieces. Like, what the hell? I don't know why I've been getting white every game. But I'm going to take a few minutes here, refill the drink, go to the bathroom, come back, and let's play a few more slow chess games. And get set for Title Tuesday, which is happening only in a couple hours. I got scammed out of a half point in the early event, so I'm hoping that the late one goes a little smoother. I'll be a few minutes. Be right back. Thanks for watching. Stick with us here. We'll be live for pretty much the whole day. From 11 a.m. till 9:30 p.m. So, still going here. BRB. Okay. We're back. I said we do some more slow chess games. I'm still waiting for the black pieces. Like, I appreciate the extra white pieces, but you know, there's openings from the other side as well. Can't completely forget about that. So yes, more rapid chess. That's the plan. Let me put on our lounge playlist. Yes, or maybe a deep house. Yes, relaxing. More in the vibe for rapid chess, I would say. More in the vibe. Just chill music to go along with my slow chess. I'm pulling out the Red Bull here. It's time. Midday Red Bull. And we're going for the refill. Water and Red Bull is the diet today. Please play more slowly. You want me to play slower? Can you guys chat slower? The chat's moving really fast right now. I'll play slower if you guys chat slower. I can hardly keep up. Delio. Am I sober, bro? I look really good? Well, if you think I look really good, I think we know you are not sober. Little cheeky midday buzz. Yes, yes. The red edition. Watermelon Red Bull. Simply the best. Simply the best. Okay. We're going to go for another slow chess game here. They have to give me the black pieces now. Maybe asking for some suggestions from the chat for openings will wake you guys up. The slow chess is putting everyone out. Okay, next game. Okay, here we go. Got the black pieces here. D4. D4. Well, pretty much the most flexible move is knight f6. You know, not sure what white will do, but knight f6, it can transpose to almost any opening, so it's a pretty good move to start with. Wow, f3 is kind of remarkable. So it's almost like he sees this move as a direct counter to e4, right? He's like, okay, I can't play e4. Boom, I can play it now. Starting to wonder here what his plan is going to be if I prevent that. Like, is he just going to go all out trying to get it? I think it might turn into a battle for him to play e4. Usually, when moves like this happens, when moves like these happen, if you play knight f3, okay, I don't necessarily have to play d5 because e4 is not possible. But as soon as you play f3, you take the f3 square from your knight. It's like, where's this knight even developing now? E2? H3? And I get that you want to play E4, but the main question is, if I play something like D5 to prevent it, what are you doing next? Knight C3. Good stuff. So once again, the idea being he wants to support E4. So there's an opening that you can play. And in that opening, you go D4, D5, E4 takes F3. And then, you know, the knights could be already developed, or they could knight F6, knight C3 at that point. That's an opening, right? You want them to take twice. And if you think about it, it's kind of like the Mora for white. You play against the Sicilian, white plays D4, take. C3, take again, and the knight comes out. Here, same idea. E4, take. F3, take again, and the knight comes out. So yes, it might transpose to that. But there's a reason that white plays E4 first, and then plays F3. Because now, in this position, the way that we've got it here at least, I think there's a few other options for black. Like, one that stands out is C5. And if pawn takes, I don't know, pawn D4, hit the knight. Like, I think I can hit black's center before he hits me with this move. Yes, I can play bishop F5, but honestly, after bishop F4 and G4, E3 kind of transposes into a Jobava London a little bit. So I'm going to go with C5 because I see the move F3 as a big weakness on these two diagonals, and I'm looking to get the game a little bit messy. Okay, nice move, E4. He's got what he wants. If I take here, and he takes back, we take on D4 and we're much, much better. If we take on E4, I think our opponent is going to play D5. I'm almost sure. This is kind of how it's supposed to go. If we take on D4, queen takes D4, knight C6 hits the queen, makes a lot of sense. White must play the move bishop B5, or like, you know, the whole game is just kind of unplayable. So I think that would be the variation, bishop B5. And even there, we can play, you know, E6, bishop E7, castle, and we'll have a, you know, we'll have a pretty good position. No doubt about it. Maybe not amazing, but we'll have a good position. So I'm between the ideas takes and knight C6, bishop B5, and takes here. Takes on E4 has a very high chance that, you know, he just takes it back and loses this pawn. But technically, after capturing on E4 and white playing the move D5, you know, if we keep taking, we're getting into I would say not a great position for white, but definitely a dicey type of position. You know, fully accepting the sacrifice and playing G3, bishop G7, castle. I'm a little bit more interested in this because it does feel slightly safer. Whereas this kind of, you know, accepts the gambit. So both look okay. I do think taking here is probably the better move, but I think this one is the safer move. And I think it still gives black a good position. So I like that a little bit more. We take, we hit the queen, and now if white moves the queen, that's already a little bit suspicious. You know, if it moves it back here or something, you can play D4, E5, gain a ton of space. So this move is really important for white to play. Not only did you not play this, you also didn't play this, not even this, but this. Well, d4 is screaming to be played. A fork, winning a piece, and the thing that concerns me the most about this position for my opponent is that after I take, very likely the queen recaptures, and this is like a, you know, I can already see a rough future for him. No, but like, what am I dealing with here? Like, these aren't humans, surely. It's no shot. When you guys play your games, did you come across these people? Like, is the 800, 900 category just full of this? Cause I'm sorry, if you're 900, you don't play. You're better than this. You can call it a slip all you want, but like, there's been multiple things you could call slips. F3 is already rough. So here, pawn takes on e4. Definitely not the move that I like. After white plays d5, this is kind of known to be a tough position. I think white has good compensation here. So there are other things, like we could play e6, knight c6, just more like that. But if you look at this position with an engine, like c takes d4, e6, knight c6, all these moves are stronger than pawn takes pawn, even though pawn takes pawn wins a pawn. And that's usually a sign that you should not touch a free pawn. If other moves that leave the material equal are giving a better computer evaluation than taking a free pawn, don't touch it. Like that's a pretty good rule right there. So I would rather play this way and just like attack the queen. And for example, this is what the game would have looked like. By the way, you should play this. And then we would play either e6 or bishop d7. Pretty much the only two moves to consider. And I just think at that point, black is doing really well. We're going to get the two bishops because the bishop's going to have to take at some point. e6, bishop e7, castle. Some point you're going to have to take, right? Or the queen's going to have to move. And if we do this right now, e5, knight d7, something like this looks good for black. e6, even though you take an isolated pawn here, bishop e7, castle, f3 looks so weird. I like the position for black as well. Obviously, this was a big mistake, but then, like, yeah, I don't even know where this move came from. Well, as I constantly remind you guys, chess is that easy. How come it happens to me? It can't just be luck, right? Does anyone have a true explanation? How come when you queue up as a 1000 rapid player and get an opponent like this, how come they don't make these blunders? You're in elo hell? Are your teammates keeping you there? You lose because of your teammates? Damn. That's tough, bro. Funko Susation. That sounds like a weeb collectible right there. Get Valentinian on that Funko collection. J3, thanks for the 11 months with Prime. All right. Well, we're going to go into another game because damn, that was quick. Damn, it was quick. Let's see if we get a bit of a longer game. I'll take suggestions once again. Okay. E4. What to do, what to do. Many, many options, huh? Interesting. Okay. I will play I want to say maybe the most popular opening around this rating. C5, of course, very, very popular, the Sicilian, but it becomes more popular at higher ratings. Bishop C4, quite possibly the worst move against Caro-Kann. It's because without any effort at all, I'm already attacking your bishop. And this is the move that I was going to play anyway. However, playing bishop c4 and playing bishop b3 indicates a small amount of intention. If you play this and you take, it means for sure you blundered bishop c4. Like, that's just a bad move. Now, it's still a bad move here, but at least by playing the move bishop to b3, you are telling me, after pawn takes, that you have some sort of idea here, right? So pawn takes, let's say queen h5, hitting the f7 pawn. Okay, he wants to use this diagonal. We might need to play something like pawn to g6 there, right? Also taking, there might be knight c3. Then we would hit him with knight f6. So I think what my opponents may be interested in is queen to h5, followed by maybe knight c3 and queen h4, queen e5. So anyway, we'll find out, of course. After bishop here, it only makes sense to play the standard Caro-Kann move, right? You want to give me a pawn as early as move 3. I'll take, and I want to learn. I want to find out what you're intending here, okay? Knight c3. So attacking the pawn, which definitely needs some defense. How are we going to do it? Both of these moves look good. Knight f6 also stops queen h5, so kind of have a soft spot for that. Right? Knight here, and don't think we're getting into too much trouble here. f6. And if it gets attacked again, I might defend it again. Surprise, surprise. Queen e2, maybe bishop f5. Okay, so again, he's attacked it. But again, just going to defend it. And you're going to leave me kind of wondering, if I'm keep defending my pawn, what's actually in it for you? Why are you so interested in doing this? So you've given me a pawn. You're developing to attack it. I'm developing to defend it. I mean, the way people play chess sometimes is like, it's like I don't have eyes. Like Queen c4. Okay, yeah. Let's play knight d7. Yeah. Like, this is just insane. Queen c4. So after I play e6, will there be any logic to the move queen c4? I don't think so. e6. We'll take care of queen takes f7. We will, well, actually, we want to do this move anyway. To defend our bishop, to allow this bishop to develop. Many reasons. Would I say that queen c4 was forcing? Definitely not. We could have played bishop g6. We could have played bishop e6. Both of those moves would have been good as well. So it wouldn't even be a forcing move. Now, a move can be forcing and still bad. Let's say that he plays queen here. My only move on the chessboard is e6 and to not lose the game. It would be a forcing move. But still, if I play it, and it's a good move, then it's forcing, but it's still bad. Okay. Knight h3. Definitely taking and doubling the pawns is tempting, but then I have another problem, which is that I can't defend this anymore. So I'm not really scared of the knight coming to these squares. It looks like it literally does nothing there. So I'm going to focus my attention back towards this, weird little formation that you've got going there. Knight d7 comes to mind, but b5 hits the queen. Only one square you can really use. Queen e2. a5, threatening to trap the bishop. a4 is almost the move for sure. b4 in that position. The knight has to move, to a pretty bad square. All of those are tempo moves, so I'm pretty interested in getting those ones in. So I think I'm going to go for something like that. Simple developing moves are totally fine. Knight g5 has an idea to take this pawn, so I do want to keep that in mind. I'm not interested in giving up my bishop, because then I don't know how I'm going to defend my pawn after, so I'm going to hit him with b5, basically saying time to leave. Yeah, the problem with a5 first is if he plays a4, I actually don't get to play b5 at all. And I do need b5. It's actually kind of important here. So queen e2, and then our turn again. a5. So there's no time for him to do something like that. He needs to react to this. There's an interesting concept which I feel like a lot of people don't mention too much. But you will rarely see strong players unless removing, let's say the knight's defending a pawn and you can win it. If you kick the knight out, then you'll play b4. But you'll rarely see strong players attack knights like this, because the knight can then just jump to h4 or a4, and it will often control a pretty important square. And if you have any dreams of pushing pawns over here or over here, the knight will actually sit there and it'll blockade your own pawns. So it'll just stop everything. So usually, a nice idea is either get your pawn to a4 first and then play b4 so the knight can't go there, or threaten to trap a piece this way so you get your opponent to play a4 and then you hit them with b4. Now that move's not an option. So that's why I played a5 first. I could have just evicted the knight, but of course this is much stronger. Force this move, which is a little meh. Now we play b4. The knight doesn't have this square, so it has to go to one of these kind of lame options, none of which I think are too exciting for white. Knight d1. Of course, the knight wants to reposition itself on e3. I'm thinking about a few different things here. First of all, bishop g4. The only reason I would think of that is just that the move f3 can't be played. So we just take it. And if the queen moves somewhere, then bishop takes d1 is an option, which does prevent castling. Not saying it's the best, but it's on my radar for sure. But otherwise, bishop c5, just like plain and simple development. Knight d7. I think these moves are simple and strong. So probably going to go with those ones and not complicate it. I'm not that interested in giving my bishop up for these pawns. So let's go knight d7 and keep it easy. Bishop g4 was tempting, but the queen can move, and I don't think making my opponent not castle is worth giving up my bishop. My bishop is the main thing that's keeping this pawn well protected. Like knight g5 to go take this pawn, I just h6. You got to go right back. You can't take it yet. Knight e3 makes a lot of sense. That repositions the knight. Like, absolutely. Very, very good move. So I definitely expect this. My bishop under attack. Technically, it's, it is fine to just recapture, but I would probably move it back. And by the time this bishop, if it ever gets traded, I think I'm going to have my knight on c5, supporting the pawn once again, also hitting the bishop. So it's like once one of my pieces can no longer keep the bishop, I think I'll have another one ready to step in. Knight f4. Big fan of the move knight c5 here. Like, if I get to take this bishop, the game is over. That's a really bad pawn structure. So knight c5, I think, would almost force the move bishop to c4. That looks likely. The other thing I'm thinking about is bishop g4. Although f3 can be played now. So a lot of candidate moves here, and then the last one would be the obvious, relatively obvious looking bishop d6, because it hits the knight. Nice and easy. So I think some combination of all of those moves is going to get the job done. Some combination of all of those. Knight c5 to hit the bishop, bishop d6 to hit the knight, and then maybe even bishop g4 on top of that. Okay, so let's start with this. Knight captures on b3, to me, is a big-time threat. Big-time threat. He might not view it as such because he can recapture it. Okay, so he goes here. This is going to be a move we just do not even... we don't even stop for a second. We just play it. Knight takes, and like this bishop is very sad. The rook is trapped as a result. These pawns here do not look very good. However, we don't have bishop g4 anymore, but I think what we accomplished there was definitely worth it. Okay, now some important decisions. h6 could be played, or h5, just to Okay. Mm-hmm. The threat is stronger than the execution. It's well known. Well, a great KO there. If you'd like perspective on how good the position is for black, we are ahead 1 pawn, and the evaluation is almost -5. So it's almost like we're up a rook in this position. That's how good it is. But this opening, this is not an opening, right? We take on e4, knight c3, it's like, okay, knight f6. The whole game is going to be him developing to attack the pawn, me developing to defend it. But that's fine with me. You're saying that I get pieces developed and defend my pawn. You get pieces developed and attack it. That's fine. If we go 1 for 1, that means we're both developing, but in the background, I'm just up a pawn. And that's all that happened. And he ran out of pieces that could actually attack it, so no problem. And this got pretty nasty pretty quickly. H3 takes. I mean, you can do other moves, but like, how do you not do knight takes b3 here? And he just resigned. Well, that attack does have a name, which is kind of crazy, but e4 bishop c4 in the opening is actually called the hillbilly attack. It's true. It's true. Giving up this pawn actually has a name. Rough. Well, he put in a 80% accuracy before he just resigned the game randomly. Well, feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. There's some tricks there for sure in that line, but nothing too serious. Nothing too serious. But it's good to know how to, get at least a game in there. See how to handle it. I imagine a lot of people play this because against the Sicilian, that's the most common move, bishop c4. So against this, it's probably the same thing. A lot of people will take, and it's like, I mean, that's just a bad sign. Really bad position for white now. This is a really common opening. Bishop c4, takes, bishop here. And it's like, does white really feel good about this? They've traded bishops. Black has a queen out and a pawn out. And white moved first. Huh? It's a terrible opening. Happens a lot, though. I don't know why people do it, but yeah, bishop g4 is, or bishop c4 is really, really a bad idea. Bishop c4 is inaccurate against most openings. Isn't it amazing to think about? e4 bishop c4 is truly those are the most popular first 2 moves under 1300 elo, let's say. And it's like, it might categorically be the worst way to start almost every opening. It's awful against the Sicilians, awful against Caro-Kann, it's awful against the French. It's really bad against the Scandinavian. Like, it's not good. It's not good. All right, guys. We'll go for one last game. The last couple games have been a little quick and like just kind of random resigns. So do one last slow chess game for today. Hopefully we get a good one here. Hello, Amins. What's up, buddy? Okay, one more SLOWBRAH game. Let's see if we can get a good one. And let me know what you'd like to see. All right, I'll start with d4. We played a lot of e4 today. So we'll start with d4, and then I'll take suggestions here. d4, d5. What do we like? What do we like? Queen's Gambit, majority rules. c4, solid opening. All right. Well, first question is, does anyone know what this is called? And the next question is, what the hell are we going to do? So this is a way for black to try to... It's honestly very similar to one of our previous games where if I take, the whole point of the opening is for black, surprisingly, to take this pawn and push it forwards. So I literally take a free pawn. Black pushes the pawn, and then it's almost like, oh, the pawn on e5 is so far from the rest of my pawns and pieces that it'll be caught out and won by black. And once he wins it, then he has this extra space from the d4 pawn. It's kind of a weird opening. Also, if we take on d5, then the queen comes out. And if we play some sort of knight c3, already d4 is hanging. So you can kind of see the similarities to one of our previous games as well. So both of these have a clear answer. But even though d4 is the move, there's not really anything you should be playing against this. Then pawn takes here. It's the free pawn. Take it and find out what the opening's all about. I can't say there's anything better than that, so you should pretty much always be accepting this. And remember, even if you lose this pawn back, it'll just be even after that. It'll just be even. Okay, takes d4. What did I say? Bishop here is kind of a move, right? It's one to be careful of. For example, if you did something like e3, black will play bishop b4 check, right? Bishop b4 check, then you'll go bishop d2 to block the check. Then black will take on e3, and, well, you don't want to take back with the pawn, that's stupid, and your bishop can't take, and then you realize, wait a minute, that's a free piece on b4. So you take it, free bishop. Then black takes on f2 with check. If you take it, you lose your own queen. So genius, you go king e2. You're like, okay, whoops, didn't see that, but at least we're still alive. Bishop g4, we have knight f3. Well, that's why in this position, black plays pawn takes your knight and promotes to a knight and checks your king on e2. And then when you take back that damn knight, bishop g4 happens, skewering your king to your queen, and you don't even have knight f3 anymore because you just lost it, remember? Okay. Glad we all saw that. Well, that's the most common trap in this opening, as far as I know, with e3. So I'm going to suggest a move here that just takes the pressure off. a3. You guys will not fall for that trap if there's no bishop that could show up on b4. Done. Easy. Okay. C5. Actually, don't think that's a good move. I think black needs to be very direct in taking this pawn back. Now, E3 does look like a pretty decent move. E3 to me is starting to look not too shabby. I do not like C5 for my opponent here. So now E3, there's none of this. And it's like, yeah, I have this pawn, but okay, if the time comes, I can defend it with these moves. For now, E3, I'm trying to undermine this. Okay, defending this and attacking that. Obviously, a fantastic multi-purpose move. I have a multi-purpose move of my own. It does the exact same thing. Attacks and defends. It's all about these two squares in this opening, which is why a very common next move would be bishop here, fighting for that square once again. Another idea would be the knight out to g6 to attack this. Another one is often this bishop coming out to c5, but this move doesn't really allow that anymore. So now I'm not sure where this bishop is going. So bishop to g4. If we take on d4, the knight can take back. And, you know, remember, we are pinned here. Is a little bit annoying. But if we play bishop e2, takes, knight takes e5, there's a pawn hanging here. There's a check on a4. That doesn't actually look too good for black. You can't just only move your queenside pieces, leave these guys all at home, be down a pawn and expect to have a good position. So bishop e2 looks simple. It also threatens a nice idea sometimes of knight takes d4 and then knight takes back on e2, which is a common trick when you have a bishop there. So I like h3, I like bishop e2 because no matter what, it looks like if you take and take that we have other moves to do. But takes, knight e5 is not forced. So I like bishop e2 a little bit more. You take, bishop takes back. We have these threats ready to go. So I prefer bishop e2 because it actually looks like when black plays this that he wants to take and take back on e5. So if the guy wants to take anyway, I'm not going to pressure him with h3. I'd rather develop a piece. d3 is not possible. Knight takes e5 not possible. Welcome those who just joined us. A really nice raid there. Thanks a lot, Quintiliano. We're doing some rapid chess here. Slow games, slow explanations, walking through the basics. And we're up against the Albin counter gambit here. So it's called. That's right. Queen's Gambit, but e5 played. Kind of a weird looking move. Knight h6. Knight h6. Interesting move. I'm immediately drawn to pawn takes. Maybe there's even a bishop takes h6. But our whole point of unpinning was that now we can take here. Knight takes d4 doesn't quite work the exact same way as it did before. Still an interesting move, though. Knight takes on d4. But no, I don't think it's as good as it was before. Knight takes is a little bit dicey. Or knight takes, pawn takes. If we win the piece back, knight e5. Not sure what's going on there. But pawn takes is kind of the plan. It lets our bishop out. We can also just get castled nice and easy, but let's start by taking, open our bishop, and once we castle, we'll start to make some significant threats. Like, for example, I don't think this pawn can ever be recaptured while the king's in the middle. Black's got to get castled first. Okay. Takes looks extremely tempting. It really does. But bishop then comes to g7 pretty nicely. Castles. Pawn might be lost. I'm thinking to myself, is the move knight f5 really bothersome? Because if we castle and knight f5 happens, I'm actually not that unhappy. If we castle and bishop e7 happens, then maybe you can appreciate that bishop h6 might be a little bit better, because now the bishop's not going to g7. So I don't like bishop takes on h6 right now. What I do like is getting castled so that bishop takes here is never ever a threat. We have rook to e1 coming. We're going to be looking to play rook e1. At some point, the b pawn can push, but that's very slow for this opening. We want to make sure we're getting pieces out. So castling to safety. Knight f5 can be played, and then I would probably play h3. If the bishop moves back, g4 might win a piece. And if the bishop takes, you still can't really take. I have rook e1, also b7 is hanging. d3. All right, well, remember, we're already up a pawn in this opening. Let's not forget that. So we're already ahead one pawn. After d3, we're going to be ahead another pawn. So I have a big decision to make here. First of all, if we take with the, let's say, bishop. Knight takes e5 using the pin. We could return our bishop to e2, right? And then trade everything. Queen takes d3, takes. Then there's no knight takes e5. So then the only way through for my opponent would be to play bishop captures f3. Pawn takes, the knight takes on e5. I've lost the pawn, but remember, I'm already up 2 after I take on d3. So I'll be up a pawn there. I'll have the 2 bishops. I'll have a bit of a damaged structure, but I'm one move away from playing bishop takes h6 and maybe doing the same thing to my opponent. And my opponent's king is still in the middle. So are you really ever going to shy away from a position where you have the 2 bishops, opponent's king in the middle, queens traded, and up a pawn? I don't think so. That's already enough for me to say, let's do it. I'm interested. I'll sign up. I'll sign up. Queen takes d3. Now, if there's something on top of all that, I mean, it's just more of a convincer. But that already is enough for me. Okay. Very interesting. Castling. So, castling, hitting our bishop. Our opponent is not even going to ruin our pawns. Generous of them, I want to say. Moves that catch my attention here are pretty much only these 2. Could look at bishop takes h6, but after rook takes d3, I think it's easy to quickly refute it. Or decide against it. King b8 is probably a move that needs to happen soon. Just looking at like bishop f5 stuff. Bishop e4, don't think is a problem. Bishop e4 looks okay. These moves are very similar. They're almost the exact same. But somehow bishop here does feel a little better. Like if bishop e2, not saying that it's the move, but like I have to think about the fact that it's pinned. So I kind of, yeah, I am kind of drawn to bishop e4, just slightly. Slightly. Okay, bishop takes. Now, I truly do have an option here. I know it seems weird to take with the pawn, but I don't think it's crazy. So I'm at least considering it, but of course, it's going to be very difficult to decide against bishop takes f3. I'm losing this pawn no matter what in these lines, so that's not the issue. I have one extra pawn. I still have my bishop pair. Bishop d5 holds everything together. Super strong square. Can't be bothered by any pieces. Bishop e2 is a great move. I mean, it's thumbs up. But bishop d5 is just awesome, awesome square. So I'm pretty interested in bishop d5. Moves like b5, I admit I'm thinking about them, but I don't think they could possibly deter me from playing bishop d5. But I am having a look, because the other thing with bishop e2 is, damn, knight c3 and knight d5 looks pretty strong. Not gonna lie. But no, bishop d5 is just too good. Just too good. Got that one extra pawn from earlier. It's been a while, I know. Did you forget we were up a pawn? f5. So, you know, bishop e6 kind of starting to come to mind. I still think taking and bishop here is not the way to do it. What I really am interested in doing after this is gaining time. So taking and going here, maybe I lose this one later, not worth it. You want to develop a tempo. The best I can do here is bishop g5. It attacks the rook. Got knight c3 coming. Now my pieces are starting to develop very quickly. Rook d7 walks into this. Knight c3, rook d1, rook e1. Suddenly all the pieces are mobilized and ready to go. Knight c3 is great because it supports this bishop. Good move. Rook e1. Not a very nice one there. And now I have the option to take, or I could retreat to my bishop after knight f7, and I think we're going to go with the retreating option. Taking here just seems fully unnecessary to give up the bishop just now. Like, I know it looks tempting, you double the pawns, but the bishops are strong together, and I don't want to give him the g7 square for his bishop. So overall, I'm just not a fan of this move. I like keeping the bishops together. Don't like giving the g file, don't like giving the g7 square. We're just going to keep it simple with knight c3. The other thing that bishop takes h6 does is it leaves me with something that I need to be sure about before I do. It leaves me with opposite colored bishops, right? If I take, like, then these are the only bishops remaining. Opposite bishops, you know, you just need to double and triple check. because those are very drawish by nature. Bishop e7. Still looking at this. Of course, looking at bishop e7 now, but mainly thinking about something like bishop e3. Bishop e3 hits the a7 pawn and just saves my bishop. Bishop f4 hits the knight and saves my bishop. So those couple moves are sort of fresh on my mind here. So one of these, instead of giving away the bishop for the knight, instead of trading it for this bishop, I love the idea of keeping it. Keep it on the board. Bishop here looks fantastic if the knight moves. There's bishop e6 and almost a checkmate. One thing about bishop here is if he plays bishop d6, I have to reckon with some knight f3 stuff. So I'm just giving things a second look there. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this. Getting the feeling like this move, he might move the knight and it's totally worth it for me, but I'm going to play the move that I believe is a little bit better. I actually will take this pawn, by the way. Don't think I won't. Don't think I won't. After taking, there's no b6. So a6, good looking move by black. Getting out of this, stopping knight b5. a6 makes a good impression. What I'm about to do, without hesitation, is the move h3. These knights appearing on the g4 square, headache. Big headache for me. So not only do I get an escape square for my king, but dominating both of these knights feels good. Knight d3, I'm also under the impression that, something like rook d1 could be played. If the knight takes, rook d2 does trap that. And so here we go, g5, looking to maybe play f4, although that's not really a big problem, and g4 is not possible, so not too scared. What I do see, though, is that if I ever try to bother this knight, it will pop into the d3 square. So the moves that I'm looking at here are bishop here and rook d1. Moves like f4, look, I'm interested in f4, but I'm just looking at this d3 square, seeing the knight jumping around and saying, f4 is very direct, puts my bishop in a funny spot. Might get the job done here. And although f4 might be a really good move, I have to say I'm immediately drawn to rook d1 and bishop d4. It seems to be safer. But after calculating f4, with no knight here and with pawn takes being such a nasty move, I think f4 is a winner. f4 is a strong move here, but I have to say f4 is one of those moves that instinctively is not the one I would go for, but because of calculation overriding instincts, I'm gonna play it. But my instinct is definitely go here maybe to pin it, or go rook d1 to stop knight d3. Just make the safe moves first. Okay, bishop takes. Couple threats here. Bishop c5 can be played. We'll sidestep to h1. Doesn't feel good to hand over this diagonal, but I think we're okay. Bishop e6. Kind of a tricky move, because if the king moves here, then we take a free piece, because it's pinned. Bishop e6 becomes a rather attractive move here. These moves are not possible. Knight d7, not possible. king d8, it's just not the move you sign up to play, right? Then the rook comes with check. You want to move your king away from the center, not towards it. So, of course, you have to play king b8, but just unfortunate timing. So black can still find the best moves in the position. Check is so important to guard this. If you don't do that, you're toast, because I'm taking this with check, and I'm taking another one of your pieces. If you don't play bishop c5, then you're really cooked here. Yeah, so we'll take this rook, of course. Free material. I think just keep bringing the pieces into the middle. This pressure is still there, and rook d8 allows us to finish with a nice tactic. All the pieces disappear here. Rook takes d6, and some sort of like mate like that looks quite likely. Check. Rook d7 forces the king to the last rank. He's going to resign. I think I was going to go for bishop takes b6. Some sort of check. Bring the knight in and go for mate. GG. That was a really good game by my opponent. Very good game. I thought that was fairly instructive. And that doesn't happen with just me here. Like, he played a very good game, especially for this opening. It's tough to play the opening he did at a decent level because you're giving away material, right? The whole opening is based on losing a pawn literally on the third move of the game. So I thought he played it quite well. A3, c5 I'm not a big fan of. It's definitely a decent move, but I think the main moves are a little more like knight c6. But c5, e3, knight c6, knight f3. It's all about these squares. We both know this. Bishop g4, bishop e2. And if you know the pawn ever captures here, we take it back. Queen exchange, we always take back the bishop. And the point is, anytime that something like this occurs, you take back. And if the knight takes here, not only do we have maybe bishop there, maybe even just bishop d5. Like, there'll be a lot of good things. Two bishops, king still in the middle. We're one move from castling. So don't always think of this opening like we won the pawn, now we have to keep it for the rest of the game. That's not really the way it works. Same thing here. If knight takes e5, bishop takes, rook back, we probably would have just gone back to d5. So now we're still up a pawn because we just won another one. Threatening this, if pawn takes here, I imagine we could almost castle here. Bishop takes, rook takes b2, and then castle. Again, we're not up a pawn in that position. But queen a4 is super strong. Castle is just amazingly good. We're not up a pawn, but our position is way better than it was a couple moves ago. So don't think that this opening is like win the pawn and then protect it the rest of the game. Okay, here the queen takes d3 seems to be a nice way to do things. Just trade everything. Bishop takes d3 is actually, indeed a stronger move, but hey, queen takes d3, all those things I outlined, that's what I decided to go for. Bishop d3, much stronger, honestly, because, to be honest, you can't really do any of the moves that you want to do because of the pressure of not only the rook, but the queen's on the board. So bishop d3, I think, would have been just a healthier move. But it was hard to say no to this. We knew we were up 2 pawns. I also knew it would probably turn into 1 pawn. A 1 pawn, bishop pair, bishop on such a strong square. I don't really think he made serious mistakes here. Just small things that made the position worse and worse. F5 was a mistake. I decided to keep my bishop here. Go bishop e3. And then h3, such a nasty move. Just controls all those pieces. And yeah, after g5, the move f4 is super strong. Bishop is dominating the board here, whether it looks like it or not. These knights don't really have anywhere to go. Knight d3 was one of the moves I was talking about, and I was reminding you that actually after this, if you take it, you don't really have any way out. So it's possible you just kind of get stuck in there. Also, this rook b1 is just noticing, and this guy's hanging on b7. Yeah, but the position is wide open, right? There's like no cover for the middle of the board. This area here is wide open. Bishops should dominate a board like this, and they do. And yeah, here, if you go to the center, there's obviously big problems with that. And if you play any other move, you'll lose that knight. Yeah. Tough. He played a really good game, honestly. I was happy with that because I thought it was relatively instructive. We got to see an opening we don't see too often. Thought he played it pretty well for the most part. He got the ideas down. Opening wasn't perfect by him, but like I said, it's tough to sack a pawn against the stronger player. He doesn't know he's doing that, but sack a pawn against a stronger player and still hold it together relatively. So GG. That'll be our last slow chess game for right now. We have our Title Tuesday coming up in not so long from now, right? It's 4:15, starts at 5 Eastern time, that is. So in 45 minutes, no matter where you're watching from. However, it's a tournament that I think I'm going to stream from our Kick channel. Thanks to Asios, by the way, for checking in with us here. I saw you got a gifted sub. Asios, we did sign a deal with Kick, so we have been streaming there. We've actually been streaming the majority of our hours there. So as much as we're still streaming on Twitch and saying hi, we're streaming even more over on Kick. Kick.com/SLOWBRAH. So I'm going to end off our Twitch stream here. Head over to Kick right away. So literally turning the stream off and then turning it back on. And we're going to hang out on our Twitch channel. It's done for now. We're going to go to our Kick channel. And I'll say thanks for hanging out here with us. But I hope you join me and just come on over. If you don't have an account, it's easy to make. I'm going to stream our Kick Title Tuesday, so the late edition over there in 45 minutes. So we'll play some warm-up games, make sure we're set for a good Title Tuesday performance. And we've been hosting a viewer tournament, which you guys know, right? Every Tuesday, Underdog Title Tuesday. And we're going to host that right after the late Title Tuesday, and that's also going to be hosted from Kick. So I'll see you guys there. It's a race over there. Who's going to get there first? But we're going to end off. Kick has been good to us so far. We've had some fun streams there, but we want to keep growing the community. We don't know if we'll be there full time in the future, Jay will. Right now, we're streaming the majority of our hours there, seeing how it goes. But obviously, if a lot of people come over with us, support us, make an account, follow the channel, that gives more clarity to that decision. So if you don't have a Kick account, would love to see you over there. I'll say goodbye for now and see you guys over on our Kick channel. Late Title Tuesday and then our viewer tournament coming up. Thanks for watching the Slow Chess. Take care, Twitch chat.